Thank you. Okay, Neil.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this show on the road. Welcome to the November 10th Valley County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And Cinda, if you'd like to do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Caldwell,
Present.
Thompson,
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Freeman,
Here.
and Commissioner Childs has been excused, and we do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right, first thing up is I need a motion to accept the minutes from October 20.
Motion, we accept the minutes from October 20th.
Second. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, first thing up is CUP 21-44 Hidden Valley Subdivision Final Plat. Is there an ex parte contact or conflict of interest?
No.
No.
Cinda?
Lori, we are recording, correct? The machine is not working.
Yes. We're recording. We are
Just a
not on mute.
backup.
We're good.
Okay, the staff report for final plat, CUP 21-44 Hidden Valley Subdivision. The applicant is Edward Clay Zeliga. The engineer was Crestline Engineers. The property is located at 14108 Norwood Road. The applicant is requesting final plat approval. The commission will review the final plat to determine conformance with the preliminary plat, approved densities, and conditional use permit. The approval for conditional use permit preliminary plat was effective January 25th of 2022. The preliminary plat approval was for a 4-lot, single-family residential subdivision on 20 acres. The plat consists of 4 single-family residential lots ranging in size from 2.2 to 11.10 acres. Lots would be accessed from Norwood Road onto a private road called Piper Place. A shared driveway easement exists for lots 2 and 4. With a permitted shared access easement with parcel to the west, the Hamblin Multiple Residences in Sawmill. Road right-of-way would be dedicated for Norwood Road along the western subdivision boundary. A water storage tank will be installed for fire mitigation purposes. The property is within the Lake Irrigation District. The site is underneath the flight path of the McCall Airport. The final plat was submitted on October 11th. Legal notice was posted in Star News on October 20th and October 27th. The final plat was posted on the Valley County website on October 11th, and this is not a public hearing. Agency comments received. Paul Ashton with Parametrics, the Valley County engineer, recommended approval of the grading and drainage plans and stormwater report on May 20th. Lori Frederick, the Valley County cadastral specialist, found a few discrepancies to correct prior to the recordation, and I believe they've made all of those changes. Staff questions, comments, or recommendations. The following documents will need to be received at the time of preparation. Were not received at the time of preparation of the staff report, but will need to be before we record. And that's the proposed declaration of private roads, but we do have the proposed declaration of installation of utilities. To bury the conduit for fiber optics and complete the installation of utilities. The applicant's engineer will need to submit a statement that the road was built to approved engineered plans. The fire suppression water storage tank location needs to be shown on the final plat. Maintenance is covered in the CCNR's 2.6.1. The CCNR should address septic systems and long-term management of the septic systems and education piece. The 35-foot of dedicated public right-of-way along Norwood Road needs to state it's a dedicated public right-of-way. Additional notes on the plat are needed as follows. Only one wood burning device allowed per lot, and the note 6 should include approval of the Valley County Planning and Zoning Commission as part of the subdivision plat. And then we listed the conditions of approval and stated which ones were complete. 1 and 2, check, check. Third, this must be recorded by January 25th of 2024. They're in compliance with number 4. The stormwater management plan number 5 was received May 20th. The declaration of installation of utilities number 4 talks about the fiber optics. And the declaration of installation of utilities, plat 4, we need that, but we do have that now. The letter of approval is required from McCall Fire District. Must have an approval letter from the Lake Fork Irrigation District. The lighting is in CCNRs 2.5. CCNRs should address lighting, wildfire prevention, noxious weeds, and limit each lot to 1 wood burning device. Those are in the CCNRs 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7. So place addressing numbers, and that's in the CCNRs at 2.10. I've created a draft declaration of a road development agreement that they've agreed to, and that'll be approved, the final version, by the Board of County Commissioners. Note number 9 is the declaration of the Valley County Board of Commissioners have the sole discretion to set the level of service, and that is on the plat as required. Condition of approval number 15 is in CCNRs 3.3. Form 7460-1, notice of proposed construction or alteration requirements are in the CCNRs 3.3. And then the abrogation easement, they've included the draft document in the applicant's submittal. There's a note on the face of the plat that says lots 1, 2, and 3 must access Norwood Road, the private road. They've showed the alternate access for lot 4 through lot 2. And then they placed the irrigation note on the plat, that's number 10. And they showed the ditch easement. Since the staff report was completed, we received the updated plat from the surveyor, and they've complied with the requirements of no changing in things on that final plat. I believe this application is, and they've put the fire tank on here. They have the dedicated right-of-way. This is Piper Place here. This is the shared driveway that goes back to this lot here. This driveway here, that's already constructed, goes back to all the Hamblin properties to the east. And then all of these lots will access off this short private road. Do you have any questions?
Where did we determine that the irrigation water went to? Was it to another parcel? Or is it-
No, they have to continue to pay the taxes
Right.
on their, and then they can decide, they have worked through this with the Lake Irrigation District.
I'm just concerned about the number 20 where it has plat number 10. Does it go through the property? Does it only go to the property?
It's
Maybe-
through, that's what it
Maybe
says
the
on here.
engineer knows. I don't know.
I don't know that there were a lot of, the ditch runs to the south.
Oh, it went to the north, didn't it?
That's this,
Yeah.
just these little fingerlings.
I think we determined that there was an underground pipeline going to the north.
That's what you said.
Shouldn't that be
Thought
something,
that was over here on Hamlet, so,
shouldn't that be something that the irrigation district has worked out with the applicant?
yes. Rob might be able to address the irrigation.
I think so. Ready to say my name and address?
Yeah, if the-
Rob Pear, Crestline Engineers, 323 Dinehard Lane in McCall. So with the irrigation, I do believe that there was a pump on 360 Ranch, and there was, I can't remember if it was underground or on top of the ground, that pumped water to, you can see the old laterals. And so I don't believe the applicant wants to retain his water rights in some fashion, or he needs to decide where they go to. It's covered under two separate water rights. There's a Lake Irrigation District water right, and there's also an IDWR water right. So he needs to specify where the water goes to those, to which lot, if he wants them all to go to one or not. But that pipe that goes to the north lies within that easement, and so I believe the neighbor to the north still would like their water. So
Okay. As long as there's an easement recorded, that's great.
Yeah, it's right
I see it
here,
now.
and then note number 10.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Show it.
So this would be a motion to approve the final plat and authorize the chairman to sign.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the final plat for conditional use permit 21-44, Canyon Valley subdivision, and authorize the chairman to sign the final plat. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
thank you.
I see Tamarack Falls here. So we're gonna have to
Move on.
move
Just
on and
Push that to the back
Push
right
that to the
now.
back.
You can take it up when they show up. They had to come up from down below.
Okay. All right, at this time, we will move down to number 3, CUP 22-38 Hanson Glamping Site.
30.
30, did I say 33?
Yeah, 38. You're right.
Sorry, 38.
38.
All right, Cinda?
Ex parte, well, this one needs to be removed from the table.
Oh, yes, we did table that, didn't we?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we remove from the table CUP 22-38 for
Second.
immediate consideration.
Sorry. Second.
I got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We tabled the other one too.
Any ex parte or conflict?
Oh, yeah. Any ex parte or conflict of interest from anyone?
No.
Oh,
No. No.
So the staff report for CUP 22-38 Hanson Glamping Site. The applicants are Whitney Hanson and Tony.
Close enough, we'll go with that.
The site's addressed at 23 Stanley Drive, Crown Point subdivision number 9, lot 19, block 3. The applicants are requesting approval of a conditional use permit for a short-term rental of a geodome on the wooden deck that does not qualify as a residential dwelling. If this was a residential dwelling, they would just have to get the short-term rental permit. But we've previously determined that yurts, geodomes, tents, things like that don't qualify for resident, be qualified as a residence. Building permit 21-284 is an open deck at this site. Porta potty facilities would be used until the restroom facility is constructed. Water should be hauled to and from the site. Lakeshore Disposal provides trash service. A wood stove and solo stove fire pit are at the site. Solar powered lights are used on the property. Solar panels are present and require permit approval. Maximum occupancy per night is 2 people. Phase 2 includes electricity and a small 100 square foot bathroom with a composting toilet or incinerator toilet. Anticipation completion is for 2023 or 2024. Access would be from Stanley Drive, a public road. The site is 0.97 acres. The plat for Crown Point subdivision number 9 was recorded on April 13th, 1971. This predated the requirement for 1 acre minimum lot sizes for residences on septic system. This office is not aware of any CCNRs or homeowners association for this subdivision. The application was submitted on August 22nd. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 29th and October 6th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 20th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet sent September 20th. The site was posted September 28th, and the notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 20th. Agency comments received. Central District Health needs to know how wastewater generated on the site will be collected and removed before further comments can be made. The holding tank cannot be approved for this use. Stephen Hull, the Cascade Fire District Fire Chief, made recommendations as follows. Ashes be placed in a metal can with a lid. Shovel be located at the fire pit, and battery-operated smoke detectors inside the geodome. Neighbor comments received. Lisa Noller, 47 Johnson Lane, is in favor of the proposal, but has questions regarding RV use, food, water, business insurance, future utilities, guidebook, advertising, firewood, and rental fee. The property is sloped with trees. Surrounding land uses include to the north, east, and west, single-family residential lots, and the south is the State of Idaho Department of Lands. This is categorized under 5 commercial uses: C, service business or recreation business. Different parts of the Valley County codes were listed here for review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 21. These should do their own compatibility rating. Staff comments or questions. The sites within the Cascade Fire District and a HERD district is not within an irrigation district or the Cascade impact area. Site plan needs to show side setbacks, minimum of 7.5 for residential, and if commercial. The front setback would be 30 feet if commercial. Need to provide building permit for the deck, stairs, and shed. And the applicant had a response. Do you have solar panels? If so, what is the location and size of the panels? What is the plan for gray water disposal, septic system, and was the old trailer removed? The site plan does not show the trailer. And then the proposed conditions of approval 1 through 4 are typical ones. 5, all lights should be fully shielded so that there's not an upward or horizontal projection of lights. Campfires shall be maintained in an established fire ring. Water shovel and or fire extinguisher must be in close proximity. There shall be a metal can with a lid at the site to store ashes for the wood-burning stove and the fire pit. A battery-operated smoke detector should be installed inside the geodome. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. The site must be kept in a neat and orderly manner. Should clearly post the physical address at the driveway entrance. Noise shall be kept to a minimum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. No parking allowed in the public road right-of-way or in the setback areas. Snow must be stored on-site, not added to the road right-of-way area. Guests must restrain animals. Shall obtain approval from Central District Health. Shall obtain building permit for the structures. Must comply with the payment of sales tax in accordance with Idaho State Code, Chapter 36. Solar panels greater than 8 square feet in accumulated area and detached from the primary structure must be a minimum of 15 feet from the property lines and cannot be over 30 feet in height. A building permit is required. And then they may be required to enter into a road development agreement depending upon what the road superintendent and the board of commissioners would like to do on that. The site is located up here on Stanley Drive. I'll back out of that so you can see the location. This is all state land here. Stanley Drive is up on top of Crown Point. Look. Site here. This is the RV camper we were looking at to see if it was still located on the property or if that was just a neighboring one. It shows, you know, the site, all the rocks that might prevent the septic system and things. This is the deck and looking out over the state land. Trailer again.
Trailer on that on the site.
No.
That's, yeah, it might just be a picture of the site with that in the background because these lots are kind of small. That's what I wanted her to clarify. I think there were some pictures of the geodome in the packet. And that ends my staff report.
Okay, anyone got any questions for Cinda?
No.
Okay, this time we'll hear from our applicant, Isha, did I say it right?
Whitney.
Okay.
In the answer.
You're on the next one.
I can beat Keisha though.
That's the other one, I'm sorry. Flipped the wrong page.
No problem. I get it.
Go ahead, Whitney.
Awesome. Do I need to state my name and address? Okay, my name is Whitney Hansen. It's 12006 West Honeydew Drive in Boise. And I am really excited to chat with you guys about Cascade Dome. So this project initially started for our own personal use. We had no intention of renting it. We bought the lot with the trailer removed, so that was not on our lot at all. All we inherited was a small old outhouse that holds our snow shovel. So that's what's currently on the property when we purchased it. So as we started to build our property and just kind of do this on weekends for fun for ourselves, we were posting on social media and we had so many friends and family that said, "This is so cool. Can we come stay here?" And at first we're like, well, I mean, I guess. And then pretty soon more people were asking if they could come visit the property. So then we started to entertain the idea of what if we open this up to other people? So that's kind of how this project came about. If you're not familiar with the Geodome, very similar to a yurt. So same type of structure, still camping, still a tent. It's very much the equivalent of that. So with the Geodome, we do not intend to cram as many units as possible onto our property. This is our personal property, so we have no desire to have 5 Geodomes and rent those all out. So this is a max occupancy of 2 people. We currently do not allow pets. So this is not really, we have a lot of respect for our neighbors, so we don't want to have any issues there either. The proposed project that we are hoping to launch is the Geodome with the porta potty on the existing site. So we hope to eventually bring in electricity and utilities in the future. It's just very cost prohibitive up there. So we do hope to bring that to the property in the future dates. You guys probably know this, but that whole section of Crown Point is very rocky, very difficult to build on. So most of the properties around there are either RV properties, a tent on the ground, or some type of manufactured home. So that tends to be the normal use. Majority of this is weekend use as well. So we get a lot of ATVers and people just driving around, taking a look at the property. Thank you. And then as far as the way we're planning to support the local economy, so we have to hire a caretaker to be our eyes and ears and boots on the ground. So we already have identified somebody that would be perfect for this position. And they do live in the city of Cascade and have agreed that if there's any rough housing or any, I mean, who knows how much noise 2 people can make, but if it does get out of control, they've agreed to come in and help us facilitate that as well. So that's a little bit about what the dome actually looks like. The cool part is you can lay in bed and stargaze, which is really, really fun. So it's just a very unique and different experience. The Geodome, so what is included in there? We have a EPA compliant wood stove. It's a brand new wood stove. That's what is used for heat. There's not a kitchen, so it's very much like camping. So I would definitely picture it that way. We don't have a sink. We don't have running water. It is truly camping. You bring your cooler, your food, just like you would at a normal campsite. So that is the interior of the dome as well. We have a solo stove fire pit there. And so this is a smokeless fire pit. Our intention is every season we would put that away. And that's kind of what it looks like. So it's all contained. We did chat with the fire chief at Cascade Rural and implemented all of his suggestions as well. So the water source, I know there were questions about gray water. So because this is much like a campsite, we will be well below 5 gallons of water per day. So that would just be somebody rinsing off their hands. But again, there's no showers, there's no running water. So we don't suspect that gray water will be much of an issue because of the setup. We also recognize that there's a lot of issues around noise and concerns about that. That's our concern too. So the quiet hours will definitely be posted for all of our guests. It'll be in the guidebook as well as sent out in emails so that they understand they need to be quiet between 10 and 7 a.m. The other thing that we've done to try to mitigate extra noise is we actually purchased a solar generator. So it's a very small little generator that powers a single light bulb. And so that's really quiet. There's no noise at all. So that kind of mitigates some of that problem too. Also, additionally, our neighbors all have our cell phone numbers. So we have a very good relationship with all of our neighbors. Every single one of them knows how to contact me if anything was to happen. So that is some peace of mind as well. we also recognize that there could be issues of guests trying to wander on other people's property lines. So we do intend to have those marked and also included in the guidebook so that the future guests know don't wander on everybody else's property. So our mission is to give guests a unique experience while being immersed in nature. So this is just an easier way to hop in the car, go experience the wilderness without having to purchase tents and sleeping bags and all of that stuff that can be a little bit cost prohibitive. So this is a different experience that allows guests to be immersed in nature. I would love to address too some of the comments that were sent in, some of the questions from, I believe it was Lisa. So this site does not have any room for an RV. So we will not have any RVs whatsoever on the property. There was a question about firewood. That's something that we would provide. So we would order cords of wood and have that up there for guests to use. There was a comment about if guests aren't comfortable eating out or have allergies, can they bring their own cooler? Of course, like absolutely. What we would do is we would encourage guests to store their cooler in their car just to mitigate any wildlife interference and to keep that a little bit more contained. And there was a comment about, will we allow family reunions? We will not unless it's a family of 2, so that is not a concern whatsoever. I think I covered majority of those, but I would love to answer any questions or concerns that you guys might have.
Anyone have any questions for Whitney?
No.
Question, Mr. Chairman, Whitney, do you plan on using this for your own use as well, part of the time?
Part of the time, yes. Yep. We kind of love it up there. It's so quiet and peaceful.
We have one camera. All right, we have no more questions. Thank you, Whitney.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
At this time, I'd ask for any testimony, many proponents, someone who's in favor of this. Any uncommitted? Or any opponents? Anyone who's opposed to their glamping site? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve CUP 22-38 Hanson Glamping Site. I think it was a well thought out application. I like that she said, or that they clarified there would be no pets, and only one geodome. So with that, I would move that we approve it.
Mr. Chairman, I would second the motion with a couple of comments as well. I think to be consistent with what we've had on some of the other applications, we've had some where people wanted to do multiple glamping sites on a lot in a single-family subdivision, which then turns it into a commercial nature of greater magnitude. And that's why I asked the question about whether they were still using it as their own facility as well. So, Mr. Chairman, I think this makes sense.
We have a motion and a second.
I have a recommended condition. They will mark all property lines.
I would agree to that condition.
Seconder agrees.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Cinda, I believe we're going to go ahead and do the next one also.
The other glamping one?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we untable CUP-2239.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any ex parte conflict of interest?
No.
No.
All right. Cinda?
This one is located in 26 Bullpine Place. Pounds. Here, it's kind of north of and east of the Berry Hill subdivision. And west of these subdivisions are the
It's not me.
the East Mountain subdivision. Is 20 acres. So, did you ex parte or conflict?
Yes.
CUP 22-39 Town Glamping Site. The applicant is Keisha A. Mortison Pound. The site is addressed at 26 Bullpine Place and is 20 acres. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit for a tiny home. It does not qualify as a residential dwelling. The building has a kitchenette, bathroom, and sleeping loft. The first floor is 192 square feet and the loft is 100 square feet. Maximum occupancy per night is 12 people. This includes 4 people staying in the tiny home and additional RVs and tents. An individual septic system and individual well services the building. There's a fire pit and horse corrals on the property. The 20-acre site is addressed at 26 Bullpine Place. Access is from Bullpine Place, which is a public road, onto a shared driveway easement that crosses Tamarack View Subdivision Lot 7, Block 3, which is 21 Bullpine Place, and then a shared driveway variance B-4-19 was approved on October 29th of 2019. The easement is shown in Record Survey 14-003 included in the application packet. At this time, the applicants must apply for a building permit as a shed was converted into this living space. The application was submitted on September 2nd, 2022. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 29th and October 6th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 20th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet since September 20th. The site was posted on the property and at the shared driveway entrance from Bullpine Place on September 28th, and the notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 20th. Agency comments received. Central District Health stated there's a septic system sized for a 4-bedroom home on the parcel. The applicant will need to submit an accessory use authorization to Central District Health prior to connection to this system. Steeple Cascade Rural Fire District Fire Chief states the property has sufficient access in a turnaround area. He included recommendations for a fire extinguisher, fire pit, and smoke alarm. Neighbor comments received. Lisa Muller, 47 Johnson Lane, recommends approval. And has questions that she would like answered regarding the caretaker sleeping areas, RV use, access by emergency vehicles, lighting, fire, winter use, and animals at the site. The site is sloped with some trees. Surrounding land use and zoning includes to the north and east and south, single-family residential. West is agricultural. This is categorized under 5 commercial uses, C, service business and or recreation business, and Table 9-3-1 of the Valley County Code. Different areas of the code are listed here for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 25. The site is within the Cascade Fire District. It's not within an irrigation district nor a burn district. Will the driveway be plowed during the winter? No parking vehicles will be allowed in the public road right of way along Bullpine Place. Those conditions of approval 1 through 4 are our typical ones. 5, all lights shall be fully shielded so there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. Campfires shall be maintained in an established fire ring. Water shovel and or fire extinguisher must be in close proximity. A fire extinguisher shall be mounted in the building to Cascade Fire District standards. It shall be annually certified. A battery operated smoke alarm shall be installed inside the building. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. The site must be kept in a neat and orderly manner. Shall clearly post the physical address to the driveway entrance. Noise shall be kept to a minimum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. No parking allowed in the public road right of way, access easement, or in the setback areas. Guests must restrain animals to keep them from trespassing onto neighboring properties. Shall obtain approval from Central District Health. Shall obtain building permits for the structure. cannot hold events such as weddings, large family reunions, dances, etc. Must comply with the payment of sales tax in accordance with the Idaho State Code, Chapter 36. And then the Valley County Road Department and Board of County Commissioners may require a road development agreement. Since the staff report was completed, we received additional information, and each of you have copies of those. Exhibit 1 shows the RV hookup next to the corral water, and it's only electric. She just submitted a picture. 4 RV hookup next to the bunkhouse, water, septic, electric for the bunkhouse guests. Second full RV hookup, and I'll let her address exactly what her maximum number of RVs on the site is going to be, and how many have hook up to water, electric, and whether any of them will be hooked up to septic. And that ends my staff report.
Anybody have any questions for Cinda?
Cindy, can you explain the access again? Is it on that right away on at Jack Pine? Or is it
Bullpine. Right here.
Bullpine? Okay. So it goes through one of those lots there.
And which one are we looking at, Cinda?
Goes to 21 here, so here's the road right here. We're looking at this 20 acres here.
Oh, look over there, okay.
Site. It's hard to make out anything, but here's the driveway that comes in. This is the, I believe, the developed area. And the neighboring property, 20 acres to the south. And Bullpine, which is right here, is out on Skunk Creek Road, just south of Clear Creek. And it is a public road. And they do have a variance for the shared driveway.
No further questions, we'll hear from applicant Keisha.
Keisha.
Name and address, please.
Isha Mortensen Pound. My address is 21 Bullpine Place, Cascade, as well as 716 North Pit Lane, Nampa, Idaho. We're transitioning to full-time up here. Pretty much have done that, but anyway. So we own the property at 21 Bullpine. So we granted the easement to access both parcels, the 26 Bullpine and the 25 Bullpine, which is some friends of ours. So we bought the 40 acres together as we bought 20, they bought 20, and our intent was to do a shared driveway so that they could build their retirement home, and then we would eventually build our retirement home. So we developed the two properties with power, well, septic, the road. So all that's been approved and is all in. Then, so we started, the way this came about is we needed a pump house for the well. So our friend recommended that we build it bigger so that we could put a bathroom in it. Because at 21 Bullpine, we have no laundry facility and we only have one bath. So we thought that sounded like a good idea, and everything was already there, the septic. So we decided in building it that we would add the bathroom and a toilet, a shower, and a washer and dryer. And then, so we made it big enough to do that. And as we were building it, we decided that we should add a loft. So we would have room for all the kids and grandkids. Between us, we have 14 kids and grandkids and spouses, and they come up a lot. And we try to cram them in our little 1,000-square-foot cabin. So we thought while we were building it, we'll add the loft. So we did that, and it got completed about January of 2020. And so we had family and friends coming up and using it. And about March of 2021, we decided we would try to throw it on Hip Camp and Airbnb and see if we could rent it out, because people kept saying you could rent this out. We're like, who wants to rent out a tiny home? You know, it's only 200 square feet. So we did, and anyway, so it ended up renting, and so now we're here to get a CUP for that. So the loft has a queen bed in it, and it holds 2 people, and then in the bottom level is a futon, which would hold 1 adult or 2 kids. And then the whole area that's kind of flat on the 20 acres takes up about an acre, so there's plenty of room for parking. And so with that, we have 2 full RV hookups. One is right next to the bunkhouse, which you can see in your pictures. And that is just for the bunkhouse guests if they wanted to invite some family or friends to be with them. So you can't rent that out unless you rent the bunkhouse, because it's right next door, so that wouldn't give any privacy for anybody. The second hookup is just about 50 feet away, and we have some friends that helped us build the bunkhouse. They're in their 80s, and they winter in Arizona and summer up here. So we told them they could stay on the property, and they came up to visit, and then they saw we were building this, so they ended up staying the whole summer and helped us build it. He's a commercial contractor. So we told them they could come back next summer and stay. So they've been coming for 2 years, or 3 now. And we just decided to let them because they're just good people and they helped us. So they have a hookup, and they're there from mid-May to about mid-October. So they use the one RV hookup. And then we have another hookup over by the horse corral that is just electric and water. And that is where we intended on building the shop in the future. So that's why we have that stubbed for power and water. Plus we have water for the horses, for the horse corral. So, mostly we advertise the bunkhouse. If they want to bring family and friends, we would never have unrelated parties because we want them to have the 20 acres of privacy. And so if there's more, so I estimated 12 in that they might bring some friends. They can do some dry camping. They could bring an RV, a camper, tents, as long as they were all in one party. And we did get the approval through Central District Health for 1 RV hookup. So I have that letter that came in if you guys would like a copy of it. So that's, do you want these?
Keisha, I got a question real quick.
Yes.
When you say RV hookups, you're just talking power. You're not talking septic, or one of them has septic?
One of them, 2 of them actually are capable of having septic, but
Okay.
we were approved for 1, and that's what the letter is. So
So you're approved for one, but
1 RV hookup, so.
okay.
This would be Exhibit 2.
So you're not going to be building on 21. When you build your own home, you'll be building on 26.
21 already has a cabin on it, and that's where we live now. And we would be building on 26, maybe sometime in the future. We just set it up in case we ever wanted to.
Right. Okay.
So everything's all stubbed for a house to be built. But we would, in order to do that, we would have to sell 21 Bullpine. Can't afford to have both.
Understand that one.
And right now, we're happy in our little 21 Bullpine cabin, and it suits us nicely. It's small, and so, and then they're far enough away. When the visitors come, they have full privacy. We can't see them, they can't see us. So we just kind of started out having friends and family use it, and we just kind of wanted to share our piece of heaven. And my dream was one day to have like a horse Airbnb. I told my husband, I said, I just want to feed the horses, not the people. So I don't want a bed and breakfast. So when it was all done, it didn't really occur to us, but after it was all completed, like I said, it was completed in about January of 2020. And then we just were using it for the kids and family and friends. My chiropractor found out she wanted to come up. My neighbor who was building the house on 26 Bullpine, his contractor was going to be there painting for like 3 weeks. So he stayed in it for 3 weeks free of charge, you know. And so my husband told me, he said, you realize you finally have your dream. And I said, what's that? He said, you have your horse Airbnb. Because we already had the corrals for our horses. We have 3 horses. And the whole reason we bought the 20 acres was because at 21 Bullpine, we have a half acre, little over like 0.66. And we knew we wanted to retire up there one day. And we knew we couldn't keep horses on 0.66 of an acre. So we decided to buy the 20 so they could have space to roam. And then I could have my friends come up and ride horses with me. But like I said, I would love to have even strangers come up and bring their horses. And so, you know,
Okay.
meet like-minded people that I could show them where the trails are. We're about 1.5 miles from Forest Service.
All right.
So we can just walk right to it, right on the horses.
Okay. Ken?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Keisha, 2 questions. One is in the Central District Health letter, it speaks of 1 RV, not 2.
Right.
You may have said that already.
I did, yes.
So is that a condition you're acceptable to unless you have a system modification that meets Central District Health's approval?
Yes, she said if I had any questions, I could call and see if he would reevaluate that. But we're happy with 1 at this time because that's all we really ever use.
My second question deals with more of a long-term effect. As time passes, it's likely that the ownership of the land may transfer to someone else in the future. Would you be opposed to having a condition of approval that this conditional use permit would be limited to your family? And if it trades, at least under the current ownership, and then if it switches hands to somebody else, they have come back in for another approval. There's no guarantee that
Yeah,
a new owner would follow the same standards that you have.
Yeah.
That's one of,
CUP would expire if you sell the property.
correct, right.
is what you're saying.
Yep.
Well, our intention is to pass it down to the kids. So when you said if it stays in the family, we want to leave a legacy. So we really have no intentions of selling it. Our plan, of course, you know, best laid plans, right? But our plan is to, when we die, it goes to the kids.
So maybe if it's transferred outside the immediate family.
Outside the family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keisha.
Any more questions? Okay.
Any more?
No.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll ask for any testimony of any proponents, someone who's in favor of this application. Yes, ma'am?
My name is Linda Eddy, 13041 Hill House Loop. I'm having a real concern about the clamping and the RV parks on private property. Looking at her packet, I look at this structure, which is a shed, been converted. Did any of you look at the stairs in this building in your packet? They are stairs that are used for access to an attic. I have an issue with that. If they're going to be renting this out, there's a real safety concern there. Maybe they have insurance, maybe they don't. But this is a shed that was converted into a possible rental, and I think there's a lot of issues with it as concerns for the county to issue a permit. As a living structure, I really have a lot of questions for that.
Okay. Thank you. See the stairs. principal now.
They'll have to have an approved, I think one of the conditions, they have to have an approved.
Right.
And we did adopt the tiny house.
These stairs are actually legal.
Any other proponent?
These here. Okay, anyone else want to testify that for this application? Anyone undecided? Are there any opponents? Anyone who's against the application? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it to the table.
Mr. Chairman, would there be a rebuttal? If that was that testimony in favor or opposed?
Yeah, it was in favor, but, yeah, it was.
So
I was opposed.
you were
Rebuttal.
opposed?
Oh,
Okay, then
okay.
the applicant has a rebuttal.
Yep. You can rebut that if you'd like, Keisha.
No, I wanted to address it. The building was never converted to a tiny home. When we poured the foundation, we knew then that it was going to be 16 by 12, and we knew we were going to add the loft. So all of this was in the pre-planning. So once we started the actual construction, we knew we were going to have a loft, a bathroom, and the stairs are coded for 325 pounds. And we have a disclaimer on the site and also written on the stairs that says no more than 275 pounds, just to be safe, because we don't really want them breaking. And we do have insurance on it, a commercial policy, as well as an umbrella policy.
Okay. Thank you. Now,
Just one quick question. Could you walk me through the building inspection permit process and safety concerns?
Sure, any permit, and I am not clear in my mind on this. If she's going to rent this out, or even if her grandkids are going to sleep in here, she's going to have a building permit for human habitation.
So that's part of the normal process.
That's part of the normal process. So if she doesn't have one now, she will have to get one.
mhm,
Or else, even if you don't approve this, nobody can stay in it.
right.
I just want to make sure that it's addressed. I don't think it's necessary to put it on as condition of approval if it's part of the normal process.
It
Yeah,
is
but I
on as a
think
condition of
I think we
approval.
did put it as a condition of approval,
Okay.
just as a reminder.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And we're working with Lance at Performance Properties. And
We'll have to have it engineered. We have,
Okay.
quite a few of these out in the county.
Yep. These stairs are,
That we're working.
these stairs are still used all over.
So just for discussion and then maybe a motion, I think it's important to limit it to the current owner's family and sales outside of the family. I think that would void the CUP.
Oh, absolutely.
And then I think make sure that the Central District Health concept is in there, that it's limited to one. I think that's already accepted.
That is when, I listed the two conditions as unrelated parties are not allowed. So they can't have, like two separate parties. She said that that's true, but I'm going to memorialize it.
Okay.
And then CUP will expire if sold outside the family.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, I would move approval, condition of use 22-39 with the conditions of approval stated with the additional two. Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. You have, there is 10-day appeal period in which anyone can appeal the decision of the commission to the Board of County Commissioners in accordance with Title 9-5H-12 of the Valley County Code. Thank you, Keisha. Okay, Cindy, at this time, of our people here.
Yes.
Maybe we
Cameron
should take a
Falls
quick break.
Okay, we're going to take,
representatives have showed up.
okay, we will take a short break and then we will
Good work. I don't know what all the new cups are for, but
What's that?
best commissioner. Ed.
Oh, it's just,
Says
Oh, this has got-
best commissioner.
this has got
Ed.
Sherry. Oh, there you go. Hers is best commissioner.
Elt didn't get one apparently.
Elle didn't get one.
He probably took it home, so he drinks his milk out of it every night.
Okay, so back at it here.
Not if you still want to be here in January.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will open the meeting back up. So if we be quiet, please. Thank you. Hey, wake up over there. He's over there talking.
No one's listening.
Give him a good listen.
Okay, I need a motion. Let's see, hold up. Next on the agenda is CUP 22-37 Tamarack Falls Estates preliminary plat. We tabled that from October 20th.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we remove conditional use permit 22-37 Tamarack Falls Estates from the table and for immediate consideration.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This time, is there any conflict of interest, ex parte contact?
No.
No, but Mr. Chair, I would like the record to state that even though I was not in attendance at the last meeting, I did follow along, and I did listen to the recording of the meeting. So I am up to date on the public testimony as well as the applicant
Awesome.
testimony.
All right, we are at the point of the rebuttal from the applicant. We could have the applicant step forward.
Just doing that for the record, we're gonna do he has submitted as a slideshow,
There aren't any videos.
the summary of the testimony she's about ready to give.
Okay.
We each have a copy of that. And then the density exhibit, conceptual plans. Also included, I believe, in her rebuttal is a letter that she received from Valley Soil Water Conservation District, concerning the recommendations. You're gonna place that in your rebuttal, correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Are you ready for me? Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. Thank you for having us here this evening, and I apologize that we were running late. Appreciate your patience on that and for letting us still be on the agenda. We're happy to be here tonight to rebut all the conversation that happened the last time we met. It's about a few weeks ago. We're requesting a conditional use permit for Tamarack Falls, 124 developable lots and 5 landscape lots. We're representing Hess Properties. He's unfortunately not here tonight, but we are going to communicate all the conversations we've had with him since the last hearing that we had. Go to the next slide. We developed a couple of exhibits to demonstrate some of the conversations that were had and to hopefully illustrate the things that we'll be talking about this evening. So this is an exhibit to just show a vicinity of the area, how this development will situate with existing development and how the density compares to existing development. So Tamarack Falls is about 1.08 units an acre. The Hill House subdivision is about 1.4, just based on guesstimating the number of lots and the acreage. And the density of the Orame subdivision, which is to our east, is about 1.6 units an acre. So we're pretty consistent and a little bit lower than some of the adjacent subdivisions. And as you can see, we have placed smaller lots at the northeast corner of the property, close to Norwood and Tamarack Falls Road, and in alignment with the Orame subdivision. It's kind of hard to see because it's a big picture. with larger lots placed towards the southwest part of the site. Those are all around an acre. And then in the center, it's more half-acre lots around the pond with 9,000 square foot lots up against the Tamarack Falls Road and Norwood Road. I think next one will be good. So I re-listened to the hearing from the last time around. You might have to click again to get an image. And I re-listened to all the testimony and the conversations that we had the last time around and summarized what I believed were the takeaway points and formulated a rebuttal document so that you all would have a chance to review it before this hearing. I'll try to summarize that and not read it word for word, but in short, we heard that the S Bridge and increased traffic were a concern, obviously. Our client's going to be entering into a road development agreement to coordinate with the Road and Bridge Department on allocation of funds for roadways that'll be improved. And our preference would be to improve roadways that would be an immediate asset to the community rather than putting money towards something that might be improved in the future. And Valley County is working on a transportation plan that will inform priority areas, I believe. So our client will plan to work with the Road and Bridge Department on that. Tamarack Falls will also improve roadways that already exist, about 1,600 feet along Tamarack Falls Road and 1,300 feet along Norwood Road. We'll be improving the existing facilities here, which will improve drainage that's already happening in the area. And there will be 70-foot internal roadways with roadside swales and larger right-of-way than is experienced in some adjacent properties. I think Navajo Road that's to the east is about 25 feet in width and doesn't have the types of drainage facilities that are required with best management practices now. So this subdivision will be improved with those and will include a lot more drainage, check dams, and other facilities that will help to eliminate a lot of the sediment going to Lake Cascade, which was a big concern that we heard as well. So Margot Drive connection was another concern that we heard. Our client is amenable to limiting access to the south to just emergency access. We'll work with the fire department to make sure we place bollards or whatever facility is appropriate to them to make sure that only emergency vehicles can access through that way. There's also been some conversation and a couple of folks that have reached out in the last couple of days regarding pedestrian access to the south. We understand that they would like the access to be moved as far west as we can, and we're committed to work with Bureau of Rec to make sure that we can move it as far west as we can, as long as it complies with their requirements, and that we're obviously working with the natural topography of the area as well, and that it's feasible. So. See, snow storage was a big one. I think if you go to the next one, I might have. Oh, this is just the legend that shows you. So A shows you where that common lot is. That's where additional snow storage will be placed. That'll really be, there's a parking lot there, so that'll really be anything that isn't on the road can be pushed to that area. And then if you go to the next slide, I think we'll have a depiction of the road section. So one more. Road section shows kind of how the snow will actually be piled into the swales and then into the front setback of the lots. So the lots are large enough to accommodate snow storage, and that's how we intend to use 10 feet of that property as well as the swale itself to include snow. Drainage was a big item that was brought up. The swale is part of how we plan to manage drainage on site. So all of the off-site drainage will be protected and historic drainage will be maintained, as we talked about last time. There's historic drainage sections to the west and south. If you go back a couple of slides, I think we all probably are familiar with the areas. Those will be maintained, D and D on this picture. There's an existing 18-inch culvert that's existing that is near Alpine Road, which is C, and we'll maintain that, make sure it's protected. Again, improvements along Norwood and Tamarack will accommodate additional snow storage and will provide drainage improvements to this whole area. And the roadside swales that we were just showing up there will have sand window check dams that will trap sediment loading from discharging off-site. So those will convey water to our central pond area, which is also a detention or a retention pond. So that'll keep all of the water. The swales will act as detention facilities.
Got a question on that. I mean, go back to the picture, send it if you would, please. Back one more. Next, yeah, there we go. Is that whole piece of land naturally sloping south? How does that land slope?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Thompson, I believe so, yes. And I think Joe's really familiar with the area. He's our engineer and he's here too, so he might be able to fill in some of the gaps. But yes.
Well,
Southwest.
South, yep.
And then some of it slopes to the east a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So drainage that will not be entering into our retention pond, which is primarily along the south, will be collected, treated, and retained in smaller basins too. So
Can you
that
point
was
to where those
mentioned.
will be?
Pardon me?
The smaller basins, can you point to where they'll be?
A good joke
This is gonna
question.
get technical,
I know.
so I might as well get him up here sooner or later.
That's okay. We can get cozy.
Joe Pockner with KM Engineering as well, 5725 Discovery Way. The site, it's got about 5 feet of fall from Tamarack Falls Road to Margot, with the connection to Margot. About 3 of those feet fall within the last 1/3 of the site. That's where the train actually drops off. So we can still get a good portion of this site to, the one thing about this site is right now the area around the pond is about a 53.5. We're going to take it down at least, 7 to 8 feet just to get to a water surface. And then we're going to go down another 20 feet to assure that we've got a pond that's, environmentally friendly, where it's not going to get too warm and become a nuisance more than a benefit. So with that, we're taking most of this water in the roadside swells. You've got 2 different things. One is just you're treating it as it goes, but the next slide, it shows that you actually have check dams along the swell itself. So the water goes through, checks up, you lose that velocity. The check dams themselves are drain rock. So the water goes through them, but it slows it down, so you deposit all that sediment before it discharges. On the lower end of this, we've got a natural drainage that we're having to capture or not capture, but to create, to continue that drainage through. But in those lower areas is where we're going to have additional drainage basins we just have to, by the time I can grade it, see how much area we have, how much room we need. I think a lot of these will have roadside swells that will be more the detention areas where we'll have to, if we need additional space for retention in there, it'll be just a bump out from the normal swell. So it'll collect in these basins and then it'll continue on.
Mr. Chairman, Joe, my concern is, and I appreciate the BMP best management practices that you've instituted on some of these. I guess my concern deals with the southern part of the site and where those natural washes are currently. And you've shown them in one of the photographs, D right there.
Yes.
Some of those are fairly deep swales. Talk to me about and send up, is there another letter from the Soil and Water Conservation District that I'm missing? Or is it just the original?
No, the one that was submitted to the applicant.
After our last meeting, or is it?
After the last
Okay,
meeting.
I do not have a copy of that for some reason.
Because the Planning and Zoning Commission had directed them to reach out to the Valley Soil,
Right.
and they did get a letter.
Here. Isn't it this one?
I see,
You have
I have, he handed me his, I didn't have one. So Joe, my concern is on the southern part of where those drainages get closer to the reservoir.
Specifically, like D going
Yes,
into there.
as long as they're on the site of the development or the owner of the development. I think the concern is trying to treat maybe not just the land that's subdivided into lots, but other land that is owned by the owner or adjacent owners to facilitate best management practice to create those retaining ponds of a sizable nature to retain the phosphates and the nitrates into those settling ponds before they go into the reservoir. I do know what I'm talking about. We have several of these on our own farm.
You bet.
And we've proven that DEQ came in, did the testing. We removed 67% of the phosphate, just the water passing in and passing out for those ponds, and 35% of the nitrates, just for this settling.
You bet. I agree 100%.
I guess what I'm after is there any plan working with Soil and Water Conservation District? And I'll say it now, they don't have any authority in this process, but we do. And we can ask you to work with them to develop BMPs that they can sign off on.
Yes, the BMP that they provided is very consistent with what we are looking at is a bioswale with check dams to reduce that slow, let that water absorb more than just straight sheet flow across our site and right to the lake. It's the detention times that you get is where you get your treatment, and it gets the water to, you're pulling out a lot of the materials that we don't want to get into the lake. One of the things what we want to do for sure though, is like on that D, it's fairly deep. We can't control how deep it is because it's off our property, but we have to make sure that we are conveying it at that elevation so we're not backing it up onto their property. We can't build it up to another pond or something like that. So all we're doing is we're showing that we will have conveyance for a deed, so we're not backing the water up, and we will on throughout the site. For the most part, we want it to go to our main lake. And I think we can get a good portion of this to drain to the lake where we're digging it down 8 feet. You can bring a lot of area where it's relatively flat. We can bring a lot of that in. On the lower ones, we're going to have to take some area out of those lots and put it into swells, extended swells that have enough volume capacity to hold enough water to where it can settle. And the check dams are a good way, so you don't have one big one. You have check dam overtops, and it just keeps check dam after check dam. And a lot of the spacing on stuff like that, the BMTs require, it's based all on the slope. We haven't got into when we get onto our lower part, we really drop off fast, so it'll be one almost continuous check dam. We're also working with the BOR on this, so that they've got a lot of erosion in the main channel itself, and to see what we can do to help them out to minimize this erosion. And so we're looking at this. You can't just look at our property and say, we're only going to deal with this, because you get water from everyone, and it's more complex than just what the water we generate.
And I'm glad you raised that point, because bottom line, this is not a one person solve the issue. This is a multifaceted problem with cyanobacteria in the reservoir. It's caused by natural background, phosphorus levels that are here before any man was here. And there's also implications of human interaction, agricultural operations, things like that all add to it. It cannot be solved by one person. It should not be put on your back to solve the whole problem, but you need to do your part. And if you're going to do your part and you're going to develop land, you need to be one of the participating partners, along with the Soil and Water Conservation District, who has access to 319 grants and a slew of other things. The Bureau of Reclamation has funding. But what I want to make sure of is, as a developer, in this area specifically, right next to the reservoir, that you're doing your part and that you can hold up your card and say, this is what we did. And I think that's being a responsible developer in Valley County.
That's one of the things that, I apologize that the developer, Tyler Hess, wasn't able to attend. But until we get approval from the BOR, one of the biggest problems that we have is that main slough and how eroded it has become. And there are some great BMPs that you could institute through there to really, control that water before it's discharging to the lake. But we're going to, it's cooperation with the BOR. And Tyler's going, I am full for that, but we have to get approval before we can. But you bring it up, and that's definitely one of our goals is to tackle that one as well.
So let me ask you a bit of a timing question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is important to me, and I think it's important to our community. What is your timing estimate for final plat?
For the first phase, we're anticipating, was it 3 phases on this one? That we would be, as soon as we get through county commissioners, we would probably take another 2 months to get to where we could get our preliminary engineering and the final plat put together so we could get that reviewed. It's 2 to 3 months to get everything put together. So that would push us out until late, I'd say late, probably April.
The reason I bring it up is I'm really contemplating suggesting to this commission a condition of approval that has some more teeth to it, to work with the Soil and Water Conservation District to develop what they recommend. And it's not just for you, but it's in that area for BMPs.
The one thing that we will be working with is, the county engineer, and they do go through the same type of BMPs. But, we appreciate your, with the conservation. We reached out, we started that relationship, and we have no problem with continuing to work with them. It's a great opportunity to get some grant money to do some bigger things for the lake, and that's in everyone's best interest.
Yeah, thank you.
The site grading, just for the commissioners, the site grading and stormwater management plan will have to be approved by the Valley County engineer prior to any work being done on site. And they use the BMPs that have been approved by DEQ, and then we also have some addendums to that were an assistance from the Valley Soil years ago, not the current ones, on additional BMPs specific to Valley County.
Right, and I get the point, and that's for on-site. I guess my concern starts to drift off-site as well. I'm not sure how much property you actually own in the area or the owner has. If it's just the end area.
Yes.
Yeah. But it is that land that has contributed to those swales over the years.
Yes, and one of the things that, from the very get-go on this is when Tyler was looking at the property, he was looking at that one drainage and saying, how can we get this improved? And I said, well, one, you don't own it, so we have to go through the Bureau of Reclamation to get any approval before we do anything. But I said, there are some great BMPs that we can institute into this and really beautify that area. It's, right now, if you've been through there, you've got a lot of erosion. It's because of the nature of the soils, and when that water comes, there is nothing holding it back, and the velocities, it just scours and it causes problems. And so he is more than willing to, if we can get approvals we will definitely be reaching out to the Bureau to do some offsite work. He has looked at, he wants to really enhance that area because it's one of the biggest selling points to those lower lots is if we can beautify that and make it more of a, he's all for it.
Thank you, Joe.
So the condition that I think would address your concern, Commissioner, it should attempt to collaborate with neighboring properties on a regional stormwater management. So that would take in neighboring properties.
Yeah, and And the coordinating agency for that is probably the Soil and Water Conservation District, because they have the ability to work with multiple landowners on it as well.
As with the county engineer.
The county engineer would be right up there as well.
I think I've made my point. I appreciate
I
it.
hear you.
I would hope to see before final plat some progress along those lines, if it's approved.
Bet. Want to go on with your?
Okay, thank you. So there were also there was conversation about water use and the impact on existing wells. I don't know that we went into detail on this, but the well that we are designing is going to be a community well. It's going to be about 500 feet deep. It's going to be utilizing a different aquifer. We've been coordinating with the North Lake Rec Sewer and Water District on a water master plan and received an email from Travis today that I'd like to read into the record if that's okay. So it says, Joe, following your prior public hearing, there were a few items discussed that I'd like to provide clarity on. First, North Lake is supportive of the water system improvements and water system extension through the final design details. Although the final design details haven't been determined, the overall concept will improve the water system currently serving Hawks Bay and Crane Shores. There were concerns voiced by existing customers about the impact on their water pressure, etc. You could explain the way this improves pressure and reliability. Another fact, North Lake's board has approved the annexation pending the conditions of annexation being adopted. You have received North Lake's support in principle. The conditions of approval will dictate the terms. Let me know if you have any questions. Because the development hasn't been formally annexed, no agency letter was provided. So that kind of provides a little bit of, I guess, clarification on some of the conversation we had the last time around. Our intention is to connect into Hawks Bay, and we'd improve water pressure and serviceability for the entire region by doing that. It would add additional fire protection to the surrounding areas too. There was discussion about short-term rentals. Our CCNRs will be addressing this by limiting short-term rentals to the best of our ability. The CCNRs were also going to address a requirement to decrease fertilizers used on lawns. That was an item that was discussed, and we'll address water-wise landscaping. There was a question on Alpine Road. A gentleman came and spoke and asked if we could move that roadway. It's the kind of internal east-west road that's next to existing homes. That is aligned to the best of our ability with Navajo to help eliminate any conflict and to make sure it's kind of it's a requirement with roadway design to make sure that they're aligned to the best of our ability to eliminate any vehicular pedestrian conflicts. And there were questions about the types of homes proposed. I know our application stated 8,000 square foot minimum lots, which I think is a code requirement, but our lots actually exceed that. They're around 9,880 square feet as a minimum. And we have up to half acre and 1 acre lots. As I mentioned, the 1 acre lots will be closer to the water and the other lots will kind of transition up to the roads. The construction will be similar to what's existing in the area and compatible as far as material. I don't think our client has a specific builder in mind, but the intention is for this to be a community that'll be cohesive with what's there already. Mosquito abatement concerns were brought up. The Edwards Mosquito Abatement Chair noted that she didn't have any concerns when she came to speak. And our pond has been designed to be large enough, deep enough, and provide the filtration and aeration that's needed to prevent any mosquitoes. So we have addressed that concern there. And we did reach out to the Valley Conservation District. Did you want me to read their letter into the record? Or?
We have it.
Okay, great. And we've already addressed that. So I think that I hopefully have covered all of the items from the last time around. We're really excited about this project. I think it supports several of the comprehensive plan policies and goals, specifically by, I'll read a couple just because I included them in my rebuttal, but encouraging new development near existing cities and communities in Valley County. There's the infrastructure here to serve this property, and it'll provide needed housing in the area. We're providing a quality housing type with a variety of sizes, so that will appeal to several different demographics, and will provide housing in this area that's badly needed. Yeah, I think, Joe, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Okay, we appreciate your consideration and thank you for letting us come back to address all these concerns. So I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, is it Stephanie?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
In your written response, I want to dial in on the short-term rental and future redevelopment of the site paragraph. It says the developer will include provisions in the CCNRs addressing limits on short-term rentals to help alleviate the likelihood that homes will be rented out. Any future redevelopment of the site will need to follow the county's ordinance and receive applicable permitting. But in specific regard to the short-term rentals, because that is a huge issue, driven housing costs up in this area and other areas of the state and the country beyond people's ability to actually own a home or get into a home or even rent a home. What do you mean by will include provisions?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roberts, I don't know for sure what Tyler is planning on doing. I know that he's planning on including verbiage that'll limit the short-term rentals. I don't know that as with his HOA, I believe that they'll try their best to police it, but as you all know, I think it's a very difficult thing to police. It's hard to make sure that you're watching each resident and making sure that they're not renting their homes out each weekend. So I think your feedback or anything that you think would be a good practice would be appreciated.
Since I've been on the commission here for the second time in the last year, we've had 2 or 3 developers volunteer to put that in their CCNRs. Is that a step that your developer is willing to take?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roberts, yeah, I believe so. Tyler was amenable to discussing that, so. I mean, Joe was nodding yes, so.
Yeah, I think one of his main concerns was saying that there would be absolutely no short-term rentals, and then he sells a lot, and he's relying on the HOA or someone to police this. It is very hard. You know, I've got a place that we don't allow short-term rentals, and I've got a neighbor that's changing every 5 days. So it's not quite working. And so that's the one thing that he didn't want to commit to is saying, absolutely there won't be one because then it's mud on his face. But he, as far as putting provisions in the CCNRs, I think he's more than willing to do that.
I got one question. We were talking about development. Subdivisions are subdivisions, but you're not building the homes. You're just providing the lots. Is that correct?
They are, right now, hasn't been nailed down 100%, but what he wanted to do was have a very consistent look, a pretty high standard. And so he's got a division that he does do his home building. He's got 3 other builders that he has looked at that meet his quality standard. But the market is changing so much. I think that he's a little bit concerned that if someone wants to come in, it's going to be more of just a review of their plans from the homeowners association review to make sure that it's meeting his standard. And then, so I can't say that there won't be allowances for other builders to come in, but their original intent was themselves and 3 other builders were going to build all the homes. But I'm not sure at this point.
But they'd be pre-sold homes. They wouldn't be spec homes.
No, it would be pre-sold.
Everything's pre-sold.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a question I had. Okay. Anyone else got any questions for?
I think along the lines of Ken's discussion, I would like to see something in there where there's no short-term rentals. I mean, they're a scourge up here, really, as far as housing for average Joe to be able to have a house.
I'm your number one fan when it comes to that with, my neighbor changing places every 5 days. Yeah. Some are good, some are not so good. And
just having the verbiage gives you a little bit of teeth. I don't know exactly how you enforce it, but if you've got that verbiage in there, then when people are looking at it, then they say, oh, well, that's not friendly to this. So maybe that'll weed some of that out.
In the subdivision I'm in, held true for a long time. And then as it seems like it just hasn't been as robustly enforced. And so it starts, and then as soon as one person does it, then someone else figures they can do it as well. And so it is tough to keep that enforcement, but I know that Hess is looking to make this, something that he's going to be very proud of. And, so the short-term rentals normally is more of there's very few people, unless they're the one that are renting out their place, is, doing the big hurrah for it.
Right. Well, and like we can't ourselves,
You can't
we can't
police
hinder it legally because of, the state, what the law that they pass. So, we're
this
trying to
is
kind of
because
put
of
it back on the developer to at least try.
It'd be interesting to see what teeth we, on a county-wide, if there was a policy that, that there was a little bit more teeth to it, that the HOA could get, instead of actually suing the ones individually, if there was some sort of ordinance or something that they could hang their hat on, it may be easier for the enforcement overall.
The state statute that doesn't allow us.
Right.
To put it on we can't have an ordinance. Can't put it on the face of the plat either, because that crosses the line.
Well, they could. We can't.
We can't.
Right.
But if they're willing to do it voluntarily,
Right. I had written down, we'll prohibit short-term rentals in the season.
perfect.
Good.
And
Those-
They enforce it, we don't enforce it. We guide it with our short-term rental permit and application.
Is there a way, some kind of way we could have teeth if they have it in their deal?
We will not enforce these.
They have to.
The biggest teeth right now is a strong HOA that self-polices and, and as the development is normally young, they are very well enforced. It's just when it starts slacking is when, it would be nice if there was some additional way, a mechanism to get that enforcement.
Maybe in the shout of the hearing of these words, that any of you that know a legislator and get the law changed, right, in the state of Idaho, it needs to be changed
Needs to go
because it is
away.
a huge problem.
Call Terry Gestrin and tell him about it.
So
He's not a legislator no more.
No, he's not.
He's legislator anymore.
it's not a legislator anymore.
He's not legislator anymore.
He's not anymore?
Okay, any more questions for the applicant?
No.
Just law. I mean, it's just-
Not at this time, I don't think so.
At this time, we'll close the public hearing and bring it to the table.
So I had picked up some additional conditions of approval as we went through the public hearing and then this rebuttal, if you'd like me to read those.
Yes, please.
Yes,
I'll
please.
check them off.
Margot Drive will be gated and used for emergency access only. Should require low water landscaping in the CCNRs. Limit use of fertilizer on lawns in the CCNRs. If it's ever contiguous to the city of Donley, they will not oppose annexation into the city. We'll work with the Bureau of Reclamation to place pedestrian access as far west as possible. We'll have a maintenance plan in the CCNRs for stormwater maintenance into perpetuity. Should attempt to collaborate with neighboring properties on a regional stormwater management plan. And that should collaborate with neighboring properties and Valley County engineer.
Does that include the little properties down the east side? Like all properties that are neighboring to it?
All the neighboring properties. I mean, that ditch that's run at the D, the thing that was identified by D.
Yeah. But I remember in the testimony last time, the people that were on the east
There's
side,
some wetlands up
there was
here.
some problems over
It
there.
flows this way up here. That big area, wet area is up in this.
Oh, there's your-
Right.
Go back and show you. I can get out of here. Anyway, I'll continue with my, and then I'll
Sorry.
find it. short-term rentals will be prohibited in this, will prohibit short-term rentals in the CCNRs. Those ones, my recollection is the runoff off this ag piece here. Goes down through these wetlands here.
Right.
And yeah, they will have to maintain any wetlands here, work with the Corps of Engineers. Yeah, so collaboration with this kind of stormwater management. You discuss with this, I think this is Ron
Run plat.
Platt. You know, and so, and even maybe go up as far as, you know, the meadows. I've had this conversation with the Valley County engineer, that in order to control the stormwater going through here, they're all gonna have to work together.
Right.
It's the same engineer, so. And then, you know, work with the neighbors to the south. So that's what that condition was about. They should, you know, work on it, like a regional wide stormwater management plan. You know, but if the neighbor says, we don't want to work on top of you,
Cindy, is that right where Margot Drive ends, is right there, 189? That's the end?
Right. Yeah.
Yep,
That's
that's
the
the
end.
Margot
Turnaround right
Drive.
The turn.
This is where the Hess property starts, and then it goes up.
Mm-hmm.
This here is not owned by Hess.
Right.
So you've got this property here between Hess and Margot Drive.
Mm-hmm.
But it's this swell here in this drainage area that they're gonna have to work with the Bureau of Reclamation. And those were all the conditions of approval I picked up.
Do you have one about snow storage on site on the
Yes.
property?
There's a condition
Is
of
that-
approval that the Valley County engineer will confirm that there's adequate snow storage.
I still don't see that.
The adequate?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I understand it pushing out onto the other properties on the road, but still.
And they can't push it on the roads.
I don't have a concern about snow with the 70-foot right of way. That's wider than a lot of our existing county roads.
Oh, yeah. Pushing a lot.
Some of our existing county roads
They
are only
had
50.
the slide that showed the snow
Yeah.
storage.
A lot of it's about the technique you use to get rid of the snow on the
Mm-hmm.
road. So.
If they blow it,
Well, we're bring it back.
It blows anything anymore.
Condition of approval number 7 was the Valley County engineer shall confirm there's adequate snow storage.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've kind of wrestled with this one a little bit. I did a compatibility rating as well on the entire project a month ago. And actually, I come out with a positive 17. And when it comes to the actual compatibility, it's positive, but not by a long shot. We'll say this to the applicants. I've seen a lot of developments in Valley County over the last 30, 40 years that I've been paying attention. I think this is probably one of the best laid out developments I've seen proposed. You're not trying to cram little tiny lots everywhere. I think you've got a good mix. I think you've heard some of the concerns that this commission has raised. They're expressed in conditions of approval. I know that there's compatibility issues with some of the testimony we heard is about, this land is, been in agricultural years ago. Yes, it was. In fact, my dad used to run combines on that ground for Margot's grandfather. But there is a point in time where we have to, by law, follow our ordinances. And our ordinances allow for multiple use in Valley County. And this is one of those cases where there is a significant amount of development within this area. And in all seriousness, and you can say whatever you want, but this probably should become the city of Donley at some point in time. And that's a shockwave maybe to some people, but that the city is expanding to the west. It's not in the city limits per se of Donley, but it's the whole population center is to the west of the existing city of Donley. I've listened to everybody testify. We talked about road access or, transportation issues. The sooner the county commissioners, talking to you, can address the S Bridge, the better off this county's gonna be. It needs to be built straight. The reason it was built as an S like that is because back in the day before Cascade Reservoir was there, when they built the road, they tried to keep them on the section lines. And when they got there, they basically filled dirt in and crossed the river in the most convenient place. And that's where the road ended up. And that's why there's an S in that road. It needs to be straightened out. It needs to be widened. It needs to be a safer road. It's going to have much more transportation on it in the future. So that will be something that the county commissioners should be charged with on item number 1 on January 10th, whatever day you take office. I don't know how many,
To address that, they have received a grant
good.
to update their master transportation plan and have committed additional funds to make sure that we can include public comment into it.
Good.
Yeah, I saw that today.
I've already stated about the water quality issues. I'm going to hold the applicant accountable for participating on that before the final plat. The private road width within the subdivision being 70 feet, I compliment you for that and not making them smaller, building them to the county standards. We had talked about school impacts. School impacts are handled by impact fees, or not impact fees, but emergency levies that are automatically passed when new students show up. Money comes into the school districts. They're also entitled to budget increases based on new construction and annexations for all the taxing districts. The water issue does not concern me because this well is going to be significantly deeper. It goes into an entirely different strata aquifer that is well below people's normal wells. Most people's wells are between 100 and 150 feet deep. The big commercial wells are in the 500 to 600 foot range. We talked about more impacts to sheriff and fire departments. They're covered through impacts in the tax base and added value. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of CUP conditional use permit 22-37 Tamarack Falls Estates for preliminary plat.
I will second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
May I ask some questions,
Yes, ma'am.
just to get it on the record? So with your positive compatibility rating, you all concur that this complies with the Valley County Land Use and Development Ordinance that's memorialized in the Valley County Code, subdivision regulations, and Valley County Comprehensive.
Yeah, and I think that's what I used when I evaluate these. I don't look at just the compatibility rating. I look at the comprehensive plan and the aspects of the goals of those things and how they fit into the comp plan, or in the comp plan fits into the compatibility rating. My compatibility rating is different than staff, and that's the way it should be.
Well, and I think it's important to note that baseline, the ordinances drive the comp plan too. And this follows all of the ordinances. There's not one thing where it violates our ordinances in our land use plan.
Well, I know everybody, would love to see, affordable homes. We know affordable homes, that's not a real word anymore up in Valley County. We need a developer to come in that says, I'd like to do a development that is, apartments, whatever, and work with us. We'd love to see that. But they're just not doing it right now. This is excellent. I've even had some of the people say they like the development because it's one of the better ones they've seen. And I agree with Ken on that. It is a very well laid out development. It will be a lot of years building out. Sure of that, just because of the market and what's going on out there. But it's first I wasn't too sure of it, but I agree with Ken. It's something I could get behind.
I was just gonna say, you did have the testimony from opponents attesting to the lack of inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we can all go back to our high school economics class and supply and demand.
They appreciated the layout here.
Yep. I thought that was, Michelle basically gave that testimony, and I thought that was great, a testimony about the stats. In fact, Michelle, if you have an opportunity, could you get that to send at some point in time so we can have that?
Any further discussion?
I do like the larger lots and the variety of sizes. I think that's a lot better than what we've seen further up north where they're little teeny tiny. Yeah.
Right. And it's actually less density than the surrounding developments. And other thing is, without developments, or without developers going into these voluntary road development agreements, we probably won't ever have the money to fix the S Bridge. So the two go hand in hand.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You have a 10-day appeal period in which anyone can appeal a decision of the Commission to the Board of County Commissioners in accordance with Title 9-5H-12 Valley County Code. Thank you, Stephanie.
Unless you were.
So I wish I could see it still farm. We don't have like tractor farm. Until 2 days ago, I've been.
All right, next on the agenda is CUP 22-41 Griffiths Multiple Residence. Anyone have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact?
No.
So, Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I will reveal is that the family is a longtime family of Valley County, and I've known them my entire life. I grew up on milk from their family, so. And my babysitter when I was really little is sitting right here in the front row.
I don't think that'll be a problem, kid. Okay.
I'm sure he
Uh,
was on the straight and narrow.
yeah, still is. Cinda?
Okay. CUP 22-41 Griffiths Multiple Residences. The applicants Michael Griffiths and Doris Arlene Griffiths. The property is addressed at 12960 Farm to Market Road. It's 80 acres. The Griffiths are requesting a conditional use permit for 3 residential homes on 1 parcel. 2 Two existing homes were permitted by CEP 08-13. That was the original ranch house constructed in 1956 and then the cabin constructed in 2008. The proposed home would be 4,200 square feet in size. Overall residential density would be 0.037 dwelling units per acre. There are additional ranch buildings on the property. All homes are used for family and ranch employees. Individual wells and septic systems are proposed. Access for this home site would be from Farm to Market Road, a public road, a shared driveway accesses the existing residences. And that comes in off Farm to Market Road. The 80.18 acre site is addressed at 12960 Farm to Market Road. The application was submitted on September 20th of 2022. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on October 20th and October 27th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on October 11th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fax sheet sent October 13th. The site was posted on the property on October 21st, and the notice was posted on the Valley County website on October 4th. Agency comments received. Central District Health stated a septic application pencils and groundwater monitoring in the spring from February through May is required before approval can be granted. Des Ellis, that's approval of the septic. Des Ellis, Donnelly Fire Marshal, listed requirements for the driveways and address the posting of the address. We received no neighbor comments. The property is sloped with trees, some wetlands, and a river bottom. The proposed home site and existing houses are not located in the map showing the wetland areas. Surrounding land use and zoning includes single-family residences and agricultural uses. The application's categorized under Table 9-3-1 as 2 residential uses, J, multiple residences on 1 parcel. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 17. The site is within the Donnelly Fire District and a HERD district. It's not within an irrigation district. The maximum allowed density is 2.5 dwelling units per acre. This one is 0.37 dwelling units per acre. Proposed conditions of approval 1 through 4 are the typical ones. 5, must comply with the requirements of Central District Health Department. 6, driveways shall be constructed to meet current Donnelly fire codes. 7, shall clearly post the addresses at the driveway entrance in all 3 residences. Different addresses for each residence shall be assigned. All lighting must comply with the Valley County lighting ordinance. All lights shall be fully shielded so that there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. 9, no residences can be used as short-term rental unless a new conditional use permit is approved. Residences can be used as long-term rentals. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled and shall obtain building permits for the additional residence. That ends my staff report.
Questions for Cinda?
No.
Nope.
All right, hear from the applicant.
My name is Mike Griffiths, 12960 Farm to Market. We also have a residence at 418 Chrisfield in Meridian. And for the record, the ranch has been in our family since the 1800s. My wife Arlene, 3 of her ancestors were some of the earliest settlers here in Valley County going back into the late 1800s. So with the ranch, my wife and I are retiring, and we've got the existing ranch house, as you know, and then we built a home there to retire on in 08. And my daughter Randy and her husband Eric are going to take over as the ranch manager. So that's why they're asking permission to build a 3rd house on the 80-acre residence.
Okay. Any additional questions?
No.
No.
So you already have 2 homes there, you're just adding 1.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Randy does want to live with her parents.
I hope that's good.
I also don't want to keep driving all the way from Eagle to fix roofs and fix fence. And
We get it. All right, well, at this time, we will turn it over to asking proponents and opponents. Okay, I mean, testimony from any proponents. Somebody is for this application. Any undecided? Any opponents that are against this application? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve CUP 22-41 Griffiths Multiple Residences. I think it's a good application, plenty large in terms of acreage. They know that they'll have to go through specific things like central district health and such before final plat. But I think it's a good application that deserves approval.
Agreed.
I second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. You have 10 days to appeal the decision of the County Commissioners in accordance with Title 9-58-12 of the Valley County Code. Thank you, folks.
We just put the new roof on the granary that was built by my ancestors in the early 1900s.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
She was steep.
She was steep and she needed a lot of getting squared up.
Thank you.
Take care, folks. All right, next on the agenda is CUP 22-42 Brunsman Lodge. Cinda?
Expertise or conflict of interest?
Oh, yeah.
No.
I remember it every time. Is there ex parte conflict of interest?
No.
Okay. So CUP 22-42 Bruceman Lodge. The applicants are Ron and Tamara Bruceman. The property is addressed at 1888 West Roseberry Road in Hawke's subdivision, lots 1, 2, and 3, block 2. And it's 1.7 acres, and they're requesting approval for a lodge that will accommodate 26 guests. Ron and Tamara Bruceman are requesting a conditional use permit for a short-term rental with a maximum of 26 guests. Short-term rentals requesting greater than 12 guests per night require a conditional use permit. There's approximately 6,000 square foot residence with a 2,000 square foot deck. The site includes 3 adjacent lots within Hawke's Bay subdivision. The home sits on the western lots, and there's 1 lot in between the home and the next use. Central sewer and water will be used. The kitchen is on the 2nd floor. The ground floor has a kitchenette with sink and a microwave adjacent to the game room. No stove or oven is located in the kitchenette. Access is from a loop driveway off West Roseberry Road. Get that on. So this is the property here. This is the Bruceman's property. This is adjacent lot, and this is the lodge. Here's the loop driveway. All of this is Bureau of Reclamation property out here. This is West Roseberry as it goes towards Tamarack Falls Bridge. The access is from the loop driveway off West Roseberry Road, a public road. There's a large parking area to accommodate multiple vehicles, trailers, and recreational toys, as well as a 3-car garage. The site has been landscaped with over 200 trees and leveled for proper drainage. The short-term rental permit was issued in 2020, and that's 2020-06, and it allows 12 guests. The residence is also used by the applicant's extended family. Rules are posted in the cabin and on the property line that's owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. Events and guest weddings will not be allowed. According to the state of Idaho business listings, the Hawke's Bay Homeowners Association was dissolved in 2019. Since DC in our state no building other than residential structures, this covenant does not, however, restrict the rental of the premises. The site is adjacent to Bureau of Reclamation property that is designated as the North Fork Payette Wildlife Management Area. Bears were seen repeatedly in the subdivision area in 2022, and the 1.7 acre site is addressed at 1888 West Roseberry Road. The application was submitted on September 26th. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on October 20th and October 27th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on October 11th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet sent October 13th. The site was posted on the property on October 21st, and it was also posted on the Valley County website on October 4th. Central District Health has no objections. The structure is served by North Lake Recreation Sewer and Water District. Jess Ellis, the Donnelly Fire Marshal, responded with some requirements. Neighbor comments received. Lisa Warner Magoon, owner of Hawks Bay Subdivision Lot 3, which is directly adjacent to the site, states the increase from 12 to 26 people will have negative ramifications. These may include more noise, violations in the Bureau of Reclamation lands, impact to residential area, increase in traffic and vehicles, and reduction of adjacent property values, and impact should be completed. Sergi and Alina Kishimi at 13101 Hawks Bay Road are opposed as they purchased their property because of the location and quietness. The lot was sold for a single-family home, not a mini hotel. The presence of so many people will have a negative consequence for the neighborhood due to the constant noise, smoking issues, quantity of cars, decreased property values, impacts to the bird nesting area, and increased burden to public services. Physical characteristics of the site: it's relatively flat with numerous young trees. Surrounding land use and zoning includes to the north, Bureau of Reclamation. South is agricultural, east is single-family residential subdivision, and to the west is the Bureau of Reclamation. This is categorized under 5 commercial uses, C service uses, 3 motel, hotel, apartment, resort, bed and breakfast, or lodge. Staff compatibility rating was a positive 26. The site is within the Donnelly Fire District, the North Lake Recreation Sewer and Water District, and the Herd District. It's not within an irrigation district. Who will be the management company? What contact phone number can we provide to neighbors and dispatch? There's a 10-foot access easement along the western boundary as shown on the subdivision plat. Is this area blocked by landscaping, fences, or parked vehicles? The applicant stated that nothing is parked in the 10-foot area, and he included a picture on October 31st. Please submit a picture of the rules posted on the property border with the Bureau of Reclamation. The application states there have been no complaints. However, the short-term rental has received complaints about lighting, snowmobile use on the non-motorized portion of the Bureau of Reclamation lands, and advertising for over 12 people. I believe their lights comply with the ordinance and recommend that they just turn the floodlights off or remove them, or make sure that they're always pointed completely down. They're applying for the conditional use permit for use by over 12 people. And at the time I did the staff report, I had nothing from the Bureau of Reclamation, but I did. I'll add that to the record here in a minute. Conditions of approval. 1 to 4 are the typical ones. 5, all lights should be fully shielded so that there is no upward or horizontal projection of lights. This includes any pathway lighting. Quiet hours are 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. Shall obtain a sign permit prior to installation of a sign. Mark property lines and post Bureau of Reclamation rules. No events are allowed. This includes small weddings, etc., that would create noise impacts and increase traffic. Smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors should be installed throughout the home and inspected by Donnelly Rural Fire. There should be fire extinguishers on each level of the home and one near any outside LPG grills. LP gas detectors shall be installed. Must comply with payments of sales tax in accordance with the Idaho State Code, Title 63, Chapter 36. Shall post rules of emergency contact information in the home. There is a maximum occupancy of 26 rental guests. The maximum occupancy must be reflected in all advertisements. The maximum number of guests includes day guests and/or visitors. Fire-proof trash cans are recommended. No parking in the setback areas or the easement areas. All fire rings should be no larger than 3 feet in diameter, and they shall have a shovel, bucket, and fire extinguisher available near the fire pit. I don't know if he submitted pictures showing his landscaping and all of his trees. We received additional correspondence since the staff report was completed, and it's Exhibit 1. And I spoke with Jason Douglas. He's the new BOR manager here, and he called on November 8th at 10:30 a.m. And he says the Bureau of Reclamation does not prohibit snowmobiling on their property or in the wildlife management area until after March 1st. So you can snowmobile in that area. And then I received Exhibit 2 from Amber Malhouse. They've been neighbors for almost a year and have never had any issues with lights or noise. The Rootsman Lodge is a great landmark for Donley and represents beautiful places to stay. Having more people staying at Rootsman will help the local economy. The lodge highlights the beauty of Donley and really highlights Donley. Local restaurants, stores, and gas stations will benefit from people coming to stay at the lodge. Exhibit number 3 received November 10th today. They ask that you deny the CUP since it will set a bad precedence for this residential neighborhood. This will add vehicles, people, noise, and light pollution to an extremely quiet area, which is Hawke's Bay. And she says, please deny this application. That's only. The site is here. Does everybody know where it's at?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is that piece of property, 884? Is that theirs also?
This one is.
Okay.
This is where you see all those trees
Mm-hmm.
that you throw up a little bit. Those are pretty big, but. Anyway, the applicant is here.
So in the, Mr. Chairman, question for Cinda, in the application, it appears that the other lot is going to be used for driveway.
This one? No, this is the loop driveway here.
Oh, I'm looking at it the wrong way.
This is the one
I see it, yeah, okay, got it.
that
I just turned it sideways.
has all the trees in it. He planted, I think, 200 trees. But he's here, I'll let him present his. Any other questions?
So I do have a couple of questions Cinda, on compatibility ratings. Says proposed use compatible with the dominant adjacent land use, and it looks like, and maybe this discussion for all of us, but they're the matrix. This is being considered a
Service business.
service business 18, if you consider it a service business. And it's I don't know if it's a service business or not, but maybe it is.
Service business includes the lodge.
Right, and it seemed like we went through this before about whether an area business is versus a service business. What's the difference again?
Well, the service business. Specific definition. If you look at the table, service businesses are things such as gasoline service stations, restaurants, motels, hotels, apartments, resort, bed and breakfast, or lodge. That's a service business. And that's why I categorized it under that here. Area businesses are auto sales, banks, hotel, retail, building materials.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification. So the second question then is the ranking of the compatibility, question number one. I did not include the Bureau of Reclamation land, which is a wildlife management area, as public recreation. Because we really don't have a category that identifies an open space wildlife management area on our list. I thought it was more comparable to an agricultural rating than a public recreational area. Because it's in a non-motorized part of the reservoir.
Except for snowmobiling and
In the
winter
wintertime.
activities and skiing, fishing, that kind of thing. So it's public lands is the reason I did that. And there's a lot of recreating going on down here.
That makes sense to me because most agricultural would be private. BOR is not.
Yeah, I think it's, and I think the other thing that is a real stickler for me is when we start to turn a single-family residential subdivision lot or lots into a commercial activity in the middle of a subdivision. We've denied 3 of them in the last 3 months for the very same thing, about turning it into a commercial operation. Because if the other people bought those lots wanting to build a home, and then all of a sudden, what if all those people wanted to turn it into a lodge?
I would tend to agree with you, but that's not what the top 3 lines do on the compatibility. I feel like you get more into that on the next ones. Because we have to use the matrix for those top 3. So it makes everything fair and equal on those top 3.
Yeah, and I have a different score on compatibility on the first 3.
But I'm not sure how you can, unless you put it agriculture versus public. But then you have a issue of private versus public land.
Well, I believe that land there is actually permanent ag easement ground.
But it's
That's the old Edwards property.
accessible by the public.
It's not LR. It's, the definition of ag use is farming, dairying, pasturage.
Yeah, I know. The matrix does not express the ability to run a compatibility rating for this proposal.
We did, Tamarack. We used the forest as public recreation. Because there was so much skiing.
Right, but that's a planned unit development.
What did you
Yeah.
do on the glamping ones? Because essentially that's what
We
those,
denied them.
not the last 2.
They were not in the subdivision. But the 2 before that we did.
The Crown Point one was.
But it was a single residence. It wasn't multiple.
This is technically, I see where you're coming from. I have concerns too, especially in this
So
area
can I
where.
ask you guys to pause your deliberations?
Oh, yes, because we need it.
Until we get to the
public
public
hearing.
hearing.
I started out with a question of
Absolutely.
staff.
You know how we are.
Compatibility
If
ratings.
we can get through the public hearing portion and then do your deliberations,
We can do
so
that.
we follow our adopted process
So when are we supposed to do our compatibility rating?
during deliberations,
Okay, I'll wait.
based upon the evidence presented in the testimony.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions for Cinda? Okay, this time, Mr. Bretzman,
Thank you.
name and address, please.
Ron Bretzman, 332 East Michael Ridge Loop in Nampa, Idaho. I think you guys kind of got my application. You guys kind of read through it. I tried to be pretty thorough on that, and I wanted to stress some important points real quick about what we have. We built this cabin for long-term, full-time retirement, and for our family reunions to come home, a place to congregate, I guess, when you have a big group. I'm the youngest of 6 kids. She's got 5 in her family. So we have bigger, you bring moms and dads and kids and grandkids, you're at 20 plus people automatically. So we built it for long term. Along the way, we want to help subsidize it and pay for it. We built during 2018, finished in 2020. So the PUC there, the ordinance changed while we were built. We planned to build it. My notes would be better here. So we built and planned this before the short-term rules went into effect. So we built it for our families to come together. We only rent to one family, and they usually stay 3 days a week, 3 days or more a week. So we only rent to one family at a time. We're not going to do a lodge. We could change the word lodge to residence, but it's only going into one family. One person rents it. Mom and dads come, kids come. They have a place to come hang out. There's a lake in the backyard they come and play in. They can paddleboard, fish, do their things. So it's not going to be like a lodge with a person going to run the front door and put you in a bedroom. Only rent to one family at a time. The drive on to the main road is you can see both directions as you enter the road on that right side there. You can see your cars coming both directions. We have 10 external cameras on at all times. On all the eaves, there's cameras each direction plus 2 front doorbell rings. They're in my ads. I do it for our protection, guest protection. I can monitor them anytime, day or night. I also meet all the guests when they come. I may not meet 1 or 2, but I meet almost all of them that show up. We go over the rules. We do a walkthrough. We have another camper lot that we stay at about 2 miles away from here that we can come by and check on as well when people are renting there. So I've had very much more success when I meet the people before they show up and walk through, and they know face to a name. They know them around the corner, and they got cameras pointed at them, and they're okay with that. Some of the people that aren't for it, Lisa Wanner, she's the developer of Hawke's Bay. She has a lot for sale, lot number 4, right next to the one there. So they don't live there at all. And then the Elena gal, she's in lot number 5. Hers has been for sale for 6 months now. They bought it, I guess, to live there, but they're selling it. It's been on Zillow for 6 months. Amber, the closest neighbor to us, is in the house right there. They're for it. They give a good compliment for it. And then that last one, Teresa, I don't know who they are. So that's my story. Questions, fire away.
Any questions for Ron? None? Thank you, Ron. This time we'll ask for any proponents that'd like to speak that are for this application. Any undecided? Any opponents that are opposing this application?
I'm Linda Eddy at 13041 Hill House Loop. We are real close to this lodge or large home. I was involved in a public entity when this went in 2018. It was permitted for a 6-bedroom home, period, for a family, as he testified. Since then, as I think Cinda stated, in 2019, it was permitted then for 12, which I was aware of at that time. The issue that I have with this is a subdivision developed by Miss Wanner's father, Walt Wanner. It was designed as a single-family residence, every one of them. They did have an HOA. It got dissolved. When there is no HOA, there's CC&Rs, as you board know and Cinda knows. You have no jurisdiction. You cannot do anything about someone in violation of a CCR. That is a issue between the property owners and the person. So now, since there's no HOA, this individual or other individuals in my subdivision, in any subdivision that has CC&Rs in our county, now they can come in, put in a lodge in your neighborhood. They can put an RV park. They can do almost anything. Now, an HOA, as It was recommended with the other developer that's doing the Tamarack View. With an HOA, it would be different. But is it going to get dissolved and then they divide the 1 acres or whatever? Let's go from there. Now, it's a 6-bedroom home with 12 people. It's permitted for now. So 2 people per bedroom, 6-bedroom is 12. Where are they going to sleep 26 people? How many cars are there going to be? 26 cars coming and going? That is one of the most dangerous intersections in front of that home. As I've testified before, I've been here since 1976, full-time since 96. Every week, and I'm sure you could check with the road department, there is an accident at that intersection in the slick time of the year. So now we're going to put 26 people trying, yeah, it's a circle drive, makes it easier. Tonight, I come out of Tamarack Falls Road, tried to turn onto West Roseberry to the right to come this direction. 30 cars I had to wait for coming from toward West Mountain. Where they were coming from, I don't know. But 30 just in a few minute period. So that's the main issue I have, is to increase this to a 26 bedroom. Should never been allowed. It needs to be applied for as a commercial property and take it out of Hawke's Bay subdivision. So the people in Hawke's Bay can have their CC&Rs and run their subdivision, but this is a commercial venture in a private subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Any further opponents for the application? David?
David Gallipoli, 200 Scott Street, McCall. I just had one question, I guess. If this property expands like this, what about a fire suppression system? It seemed to be a huge issue with the safety of people in that building. We've, our fire chief in McCall has discussed this many, many times, and they're actually working on that for homes that are house more than 20 people. So I think it's a safety and health and welfare risk without some kind of fire suppression. So I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Question. Thank you, David. Anyone else? Seeing none? Con, like to do a rebuttal?
Sure. So the only comment to the fire extinguisher suppression system is I do have extinguishers on every floor, 2 of them, and outside by the barbecuer. And it's a log home, so doing a suppression system wouldn't be feasible.
Tough.
But lots of fire extinguishers in very clear sight to protect my investment in the house.
Okay, thank you. This time we'll close the public hearing and bring it to the table. So now I got a question, and it goes back to, and I don't know if it has to do with the fire district, but the 12 guests, that's standard?
The what?
The 12 guests in,
Okay, Valley County adopted our own ordinance. Planning and Zoning Commission wrote it, and, they, had discussions, should we allow 8 people in a short-term rental? Should we allow 30 people in a short-term rental? I mean, it was a discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine what level they wanted to permit for under the short-term rental permit. Because Idaho code allows us to guide short-term rentals, but we can't prohibit them. So they kind of settled on 12 people based upon, numbers they'd seen from other resort types of areas. Typical bedroom, they said, a family, if you have a couple kids and, if they get married and they have a kid, but, it doesn't really accommodate large families. And so they said, we'll get the short-term rental for the 12 people. And I don't know if you were under time. And then anything more, they just come in and get the conditional use permit, put conditions on it, we can require safety measures, make sure that they have parking and all of that. It has some public review, you can listen, you know,
Okay.
so it wasn't arbitrary, it was a thought out decision based upon nothing except a typical family size with kids.
Sure. So if this is,
And sorry, and we do allow in the short-term rental, 4 people per bedroom.
okay,
So if there's 6 bedrooms, we would allow 24 people.
so the question then is, in 12, you're considered a residence, is that correct?
Say it again?
With 12 people, when the P and Z did that, they considered it residence. Now, you've got it written down here. We're talking a commercial use.
You
Are
could,
we, we need to look at this as just on its own standalone?
I wrote it down as a service business because it's a lodge, it's kind of accommodates more people. It's the same family, he said. If you don't think it's a commercial business, you could consider it a single-family residence.
Right.
I mean, that's what it was built as, was a single-family residence. One kitchen, has a kitchenette, so you can fill up water, things like that. Probably a fridge. Our code compliance person did walk through it, confirm that.
Mhm.
So it could be considered a residence. I just put the service thing on it because
I mean, it crosses the line, we've heard this many times, where's it turned from being a short-term rental type setup to a commercial
Hotel.
There's many times we've heard this.
So at what level do we determine that it is a hotel and not a short-term rental so that they meet different standards? Construction-wise,
Site
safety-wise.
site specific, I mean, we've approved many CUPs for residences with more than 12. That's out mostly on farm to market, some within subdivisions. There's the one up in Blue Ridge. So we have done it. So, but they're site-specific applications.
Right.
Are there impacts? Are those impacts mitigated?
Right.
Seems to me that we start to cross into the multi-use land unit development when you start doing the mix of commercial and residential together. It's like, it's just a mile north of there where we have subdivisions, then there's commercial sites. And that was required to be a PUD. Valley, I can't remember the name of it, but we call it
Meadows at West Mountain.
Meadows, thank you.
Yep.
This one doesn't meet the parameters of a land unit development. There isn't residences and commercial uses and things like that. This doesn't even meet the size requirements for.
So at some point in time, when you start building a big enough lodge, renting it out, it crosses into a different category than residential. Commercial. It's a commercial operation.
You built it as a 6-bedroom.
Built it for whatever purpose as a home, that's fine, but what's it used for today? What's the proposed use?
Right.
That's why you apply for C.
Right, that's why it's before us.
That's where, at least in my mind, I'm thinking about it's built to a different standard than it would be if it was originally intended to be a hotel or a lodge to house large groups of people. It's
But it's service business standards.
It's currently permitted for up to 12 guests.
Yes.
Mhm.
As a single family, it's a single family residence with a permit for short-term rental.
Short-term rental.
With a maximum of 12 guests. They currently have a single-family residence that they're asking for permission to rent it to a maximum of 26 guests. It's the same building,
Yep.
but they want to increase the occupancy of it.
That's where
It comes
that's where
down.
it crosses the line for me,
Right.
is that it's way more people.
Yeah, it's way out of the scope of what the original plat, I mean, even by the original CCNRs prohibited.
This one doesn't have CCNRs,
No, it did.
did it?
Yeah, you quoted from it right on your staff report.
Yes.
They dissolved it, but it's on the instrument. It's recorded on the instrument.
2019 had been dissolved.
I think it's the concern of, it's ultimately a commercial business in a single-family residential area.
Right.
And we know there's big concerns with short-term rentals within this area and across the county. We've heard that over and over.
The positive to it is that it has its own access to Roseberry Road. It's not in the middle of the subdivision.
That's a great place, beautiful place. Trying to get by that piece.
I'm just looking for CCNRs. So if you chose to deny,
Instrument 293886.
right, but I don't think I have a copy of those. And they've been voided. If there's one in the old file.
While you're looking, just a clarification, even if we don't approve this, he can still continue with his short-term rental
Continue with the short-term rental.
12 people.
up to 12 people.
If he rents it out, his own family can use it for more.
Correct.
Right,
Okay.
right. That's a different.
That's,
And
I think it's pretty difficult to say this isn't used for any events I would consider family reunions events if it's rented out for a family reunion.
I'm sorry, Catlin, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Louder, please.
Yes, that's not normally my issue.
I know. Speak into that
We know
microphone.
that.
I think part of what has turned it into a commercial business for me is although small weddings they say they're not permitted. It was in the application that family reunions were held there. That's an event to me, and that's what turns it into a commercial business. If it's rented out for a family event, that's what put it over into the service business for me.
So if if you're going to deny this, then the state statute requires that you list things that they could do to get approval. Would you entertain them vacating the plat so it was no longer in the subdivision?
They have approval for 12 now.
Right.
It's not when you get into regulatory takings clauses, it's, did you deny all economic aspects of the proposal? No, not.
I wasn't referring to a taking, I was just referring to where you're supposed to have all of your decisions in writing. I'm just trying to make a thorough record.
Okay, all right.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one thing, to me, in chapter 8 of our comp plan, goal 4 talks about increasing new development near existing cities and communities in the Valley County. It says to encourage industrial and commercial services to locate within the cities, within their area of impact, or similar use, or areas with similar use. And this is not a similar use in this area. That's exactly where I'd land on this one. And I don't have the ordinances in front of me either, but when it gets to commercial use, back to Caplin's point, yeah. I think when it crosses that line, then it becomes more of a compatibility issue. And question number 5 says, is the size or scale of the proposed lots and/or structures similar to adjacent ones? Well, maybe. Traffic volume generated proposed similar uses? No, it's more. Is potential impact of adjacent properties due to consuming emissions or resource substance compatible with existing use? Probably about the same. And then is it compatible with the abilities of public agencies to provide services at public facilities? Well, the taxes on that house are what comparable to the other ones, but yet you have multiple residents there that could require more emergency medical, other types of services. When you stack that many people consistently there, it starts to not be compatible.
You mentioned something about they were out of the subdivision.
Their access is not within the subdivision.
Oh, I follow you.
Oh, and I said that, I was exploring the idea that if they vacated themselves from the subdivision, they stand alone out there. I don't know if they could do that. It was just entertaining a thought.
That's possible because they're not connected in any way to Hawks Bay. That's another dog, another fight.
Not mine.
Yep. All right. Need a motion.
A comment by chance?
Ron?
Isn't the public hearing closed?
It's closed.
Just, if you can't do 26, maybe do 24, 22, 20. Suggestion. I'm not stuck at 26. How many beds I got?
I don't know, that's gonna matter. Yep. That's good. Yep, that won't matter.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we deny applications 22-42 for the Brooksman, sorry, what is it called? Brooksman Lodge. Based on the conflicts with the comprehensive plan and compatibility and the commercial nature.
I will second that.
Second. Any further discussion? See none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. which is denied. You have a 10-day appeal period in which anyone can appeal the decision of the commission to the Board of County Commissioners in accordance with Title 9-5H-12 of the Valley County Code.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Okay. All right, next up is CUP 22-43 Longhorn Guest Ranch and Event Venue. Cinda?
Hey.
I was ready for that.
Anyone need another break, or are we doing okay?
I could use a break.
We're gonna take a short break.
In here.
Yeah, well, open the window.
Yeah, it is really hot in here.
Just open the window all the way up.
I think this is fine.
It's stuffy.
Yeah.
Not any hot seats over here.
6 degrees out
Open the window up, Joel. You may have to move. Get down the road,
I
buddy.
have,
I'm gonna go.
I have driven his blood pressure way too high tonight.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
What's another 3
Fly
hours?
safe, buddy, fly safe.
Yeah, thanks.
What's another 3 hours?
Additional fees. Probably don't want this.
Well, you were committed.
Yes, we make allowances. Mr. I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
Stuck in the snow.
He got stuck in the snow and had to miss a meeting.
Who did? Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Big
We
commercial
can't give you
truck.
too much grief.
I'm just more doing ornery than you.
You are. We are
I'm
now
sure nobody
on.
picks on you.
Guys, we're not on mute anymore.
Commissioner Roberts is leaving because
That's a mental illness. How can you turn his face red? This is gonna go.
so fine. We match.
I'm red too, right? It's because I have red hair.
Remember, he's gonna be the chairman.
Maybe, maybe not.
Safe
I
travels.
think we'd all have it.
Yeah, be safe, Ken.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna take it easy.
I did
Safe
this,
trip.
John, at 10 o'clock on one of the meetings last year, like last December,
People were
January.
reporting elk around Island.
Last one went to
Yeah.
11.
Oh, yeah, there's always out there.
Yeah,
Every
but
night.
tonight they've been.
They're always there.
Uh-huh.
Just listen to that.
Okay, we have three,
Safe
Chairman, we
trip, man,
have
safe
three
trip.
more to get to before 10. We'll be
Let's
up.
go.
We have to start the third one before 10. Okay,
We'll get them done.
go.
We'll get them done.
Yep, let's go.
Okay, it's on you right now, Cinda. Open the public meeting back up and we'll hear from Cinda.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, but we probably need to let the record know that Commissioner Roberts left.
Yep. Roberts has left the building.
Okay. Staff report. Oh, ex parte conflict of interest.
Yeah. Any ex parte conflict of interest?
No.
We're all good.
Okay. Staff report for CUP 22-43 Longhorn Guest Ranch and Event Venue. The applicants are Jason and Victoria Johnson of the Johnson Family Living Trust. The property's address to 450 High Valley Road. The applicants are requesting approval of a guest ranch and event center. The guest ranch is currently permitted as CUP 99-13, and the maximum number of people on site is limited to 20. Ownership was transferred in 2019. Existing buildings and facilities include the lodge, 9 cabins, glamping tents, bathhouse, shop, and barn. The event venue uses would include weddings, family reunions, groups, and corporate retreats. There are overnight accommodations for up to 30 guests. Events may have up to 150 guests per day. Wedding couples bring their own licensed vendors for food, alcohol, music, DJ, and bar services. Must end by 10 p.m. Quiet hours are 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. A septic system, porta potties, individual wells, solar panels, and portable generator are used. Fire preparedness includes a 1,000-gallon water tank on a trailer with fire hoses and a pump to get water from ponds and irrigation canals. Fire extinguishers, smoke alarms, and CO2 alarms are present throughout the property, buildings, and vehicles. A landing zone is available for life flight. The approximately 215-acre site is addressed to 450 High Valley Road. Access is from multiple driveways from High Valley Road, a public road. A sign permit was approved for this property in 2019, and this was previously approved as a dude ranch.
20 guests.
It was a dude ranch. So the application was submitted on September 26th. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on October 20th and October 27th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on October 11th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fax sheet sent October 13th. The site was posted on the property on October 19th and then on the Valley County website on October 4th. Agency comments received. Central District Health recommends denial. There are 2 septic systems on site. One serves a shower house, which will accommodate 16 people. The other system was sized for a camp with 2 bedrooms and a kitchen to serve 48 meals per day. These systems are not sized to adequately serve what is proposed in this application. Neighbor comments received none. Physical characteristics of the site. There's a variety of topography. The property has a mix of buildings, treed areas, open space, ponds, and irrigation canals. Surrounding land use and zoning includes agricultural and Idaho Department of Lands. Listed different provisions from the Valley County Land Use for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 9.5. The site is not within a fire district, an irrigation district, nor a herd district. How do people get from the lodge area to the northern ceremony area? Do they walk or drive? And if they drive, where do they park? Describe lighting and location. Do you have water rights for the ponds? Is there an on-site manager at all times? Do most guests drive from Smiths Ferry or from Ola? May need a road development agreement to mitigate impacts to the road. Will each confirm building permits were issued for all structures. Where are the solar panels located? We'll need to include solar panels as part of this permit for ground-mounted panels. Central District Health or appropriate health district will need to approve. Listed conditions of approval. 5, all lights should be fully shielded so there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. This includes any pathway lighting. Quiet hours are 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. Fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, LP gas detectors, and carbon monoxide detectors shall be installed throughout the buildings. The owner or on-site manager shall be in attendance at all events, and bear-proof trash cans are recommended. All fire rings should be no larger than 3 feet in diameter. Shall have shovel, bucket, and fire extinguisher available near fire pits. Must comply with the payment of sales tax in accordance with Idaho Sales Tax Title 63, Chapter 36. No parking in the road right-of-way for High Valley. Events are limited by Central District Health approval not to exceed 150 guests. And then may need to enter into a road development agreement after discussions with the Valley County Road Superintendent and the Board of County Commissioners. Since the staff report was completed, we've received additional correspondence. Exhibit 1 was from the applicant, and she answered the questions, and each of you have a copy of that. I'll let her do any presentation of that. Exhibit 2 is from Victoria Johnson. I'll let her address her correspondence and her phone call with Central District Health. And then there was a letter received November 7th, Exhibit 3, from Jeanette Hoddle at 8 Ranch Circle Road. And she is submitting an objection to the proposed change to the guest ranch in High Valley. Changes will have a negative impact on residents of High Valley due to the increased traffic on what can already be called an inadequate and dangerous road. She believes there will be noise from additional guests and bands and music that will negatively impact the residents in High Valley. And so if you look at the screen, this is the ranch here. And I will just, for curiosity's sake, look to see where 8 Ranch Circle Road is.
3.5 miles south of us.
It's down here. This seems. So that ends my staff report.
Any questions for Cinda? Do.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Me neither.
Cinda, this has never been a guest ranch. Oh, I guess it was. It was what
Yeah, it
you
was
were
a
saying. It was a dude ranch at one time.
Yeah, the blue sign that used to be down at Smiths Ferry directed people up to this area.
So this was, but it hadn't been operating for some time.
The current applicant bought it from Mr. Ford 3
I was
years
on
ago.
vacation at the Dude Ranch.
So she could explain when she purchased it and when she changed over and what her conceptions were when she bought the land.
Mhm.
So I'll let her describe all of that.
Okay. Any question, anything else for Cinda?
As soon as we told her she needed a CUP, she approved.
Bawling, I must say. I was So,
Hey, Victoria.
hello.
Name and address, please.
Victoria Johnson, 450 High Valley Road. We also have a property at 10200 Wild Horse Circle down in Montour, where we take our cows and horses and everything down in the winter because they can't stay in High Valley. So, 5 years ago, whatever it was, my husband and I actually were in a long-term care business providing hospice and end-of-life care for elderly patients. And looking for a little reprieve, Googled everything, found something we could drive to because we're on our phones responsible for approximately 16 end-of-life patients. So we came to Brad Ford's 4D Longhorn Guest Ranch for a dude ranch vacation. That was in 2018. And thought it was the most beautiful, serene, magical place that we've ever seen. And we sat there and thought, oh my God, this is just unbelievable. And looking for something a little less intense than the end-of-life care. And we ended up, we made a couple comments, he made a couple comments, and we drove home to Bend, penciling and said, guess what, kids? We're going to sell everything we own and buy a dude ranch in Idaho. We should have had a reality TV show. We would have been done now. But so after a 7-month escrow and liquidating our businesses, selling everything in Oregon, and came to Idaho. We both grew up born and raised in real small towns and on cattle and horses and stuff. So this felt like home to us. Everything went pretty south with Mr. Ford pretty fast, if anybody's familiar with Mr. Ford. He told us we couldn't use a real estate agent, didn't want to talk to attorneys, because he didn't trust suits and it was all handshakes and the good old boys and integrity and the cowboy way. And, we're very trusting, honest, do the right thing kind of people. And I think he just saw us coming a mile away. And so kept pretty tight reins on us until we closed escrow. And we actually ended up with the sheriff out there because we had a deal that was supposed to be his livestock, his horses on the property, so he could keep them there and graze them. We would use them for the dude ranching, continue the dude ranching. And he also had said, I do weddings, and he had Boy Scout camps out there, and he had all these different things going on, and photos are everywhere, and he showed us all the photos, and we've met like a half a dozen people that said, yeah, I got married up there. Everything's great, everything's kosher, perfect. So it went south pretty fast, and we ended up parting our ways after about 6 months and ended up in a 1.5-year lawsuit over all this. Because then we bought it as is, and he said, well, no, you're just borrowing everything. You actually have to give me everything back on the ranch. And so it was a nightmare. So that's why when Cinda called, I was just like, whoa! So I was just like, one more thing. So anyway, we continued on. When we thought when COVID hit, and most of his guests were international guests. I think he did it as on purpose so you guys wouldn't know what he was doing up there. Because I thought, well, that's weird. Why don't you market locally and market in Treasure Valley? It's just, a huge opportunity there. So when COVID hit and everything canceled, international reservations, everything canceled. So we thought, it went so bad with Brad. His horses were so bad. I had people getting bucked off and people getting hurt, and it was just a nightmare. And we are, liability coming from a healthcare business where, we had elderly patients who were dying. Liability is just, we were wanting to get away from that. So we ended up saying, this wedding thing sounds, really great. And people have talked, they loved getting married up here. And, this would be great. Let's just and we have 4 kids. So let's just do one wedding a weekend, or one group event, something like that. And then we can still live the quality of life we wanted and raise our kids. And we raise Scottish Highland cows also, and still be able to pay the bills. So that sounded like, that sounds great, since international travel all canceled and everything. So anyway, where we started off and, just assumed that we had all our permits in place and everything was fine, and to carry on business like he had been carrying on for 23 years. Till I got the letter and found out we weren't all good to go. But so anyway, we have the main lodge. We haven't built any new buildings. We've improved everything 150%, from, it was just hoarding and trash and everything everywhere. So we've improved the property tremendously, cleaned everything up. We've had groups. We've had where we had a couple couples, or we've had weddings. We actually, every year, we host a Wounded Warriors veteran group that we do for no cost. And this year they added a blind group also. So they're all there. They're coming back again in July, maybe, hopefully. And we've done family and local memorials and locals' birthday parties, just because it's the right thing to do. And had a really wonderful time with weddings. We have 5-star reviews everywhere. Everyone's given us 5-star reviews, dozens and dozens and dozens. We have one 4-star review, and he gave me that because High Valley Road was bumpy. And so I got a 4-star review from High Valley Road. But everything else is 5-star and perfect. We work really, really, really hard. It's just my husband and I and my 2 teenagers. The other 2 are out of the house. We live on site May through November until we have to take our animals down, and we live in the lodge. I am the self-appointed warden that we are absolutely 100%. You can ask, anybody who's been to our place. We are all over the place. We all have CB radios. We monitor everything. Someone flicks a cigarette butt, I am all over them. And so we're very cautious, very careful. This is everything we have. And then we didn't know that we'd put hundreds of thousands of dollars more into it because of the poor shape that it was in and how much deferred maintenance was there. So it's everything we have, and we're very, very, very cautious and careful with everything there. But we have the cabins that were existing, the bathhouse. The one thing I wanted to bring up, the Central District Health guy, Mike Reno, I called him because I said, oh my God, we got a denial, and almost threw up. So, and I explained that, we actually contract with a Horseshoe Bend company that brings in 4 to 5 porta potties. 4 are there permanently from June through the end of October. If we need an additional one, we bring that in also. And we've done that a couple times this summer. But they are there permanently. They service them after every event. I do not let day guests, use my septic systems. And that's what guess what he said? It's not set up for that many people. And I said, oh my God, no. I wouldn't. Actually, he said, how do you know they're not using them? And we literally shut the doors and put heavy furniture in front of them. And then I'm there like this. And I've literally gone, it was someone's moved furniture, and I'm there. Get out of there. What are you doing? Go find a tree. I don't care what you do. Get out of my bathroom. So we lock the bathhouse. It's in our guest reminders. It's in our paperwork and that they sign that those bathrooms will be shut down on the event days and that people have to use the porta potties. I was reading in what is recommended porta potties per group of people, and it was, 1 for 100 people, unless there's alcohol. And they had the whole scientific breakdown. And then they said, and then it's 2. So we have 4. And actually 2 of them are near cabins also. So people who are in the cabins use the porta potties also. I think I have them marked on my little map somewhere where they all are. But, and I go in there and clean those myself because we're just used to the healthcare industry where everything is.
So Victoria, question.
Yes.
How many people are you talking when you have an event or whatever?
So on average, I think I have this here somewhere. Let's see. On average, so we have 22 events per year on if we utilize like all the weekends that we could. And I don't take them every weekend because we have a family and I hear my teenagers whining that they have no life. So we do reserve usually like a weekend out of the month. Yeah. We have no life. I said, but you have a roof over your head. So we average about 22. About 20% are just like 2 or 3 couples. So, a family. Because if I only take one group a weekend. So if it's a family of 6, then they have the ranch. That's just what we do because I don't want to deal with that. And we don't take multiple parties and all that kind of stuff. So if we average about 2 to 3 couples, about 20% of our events are that size. Maybe 20% are the larger weddings. Our average larger wedding is about 75 to 100. It's typically we have about 75 guests for weddings. We provide the chairs and tables, so I know exactly what the count is. They, driving up in either 2 to 3, some 4 people a vehicle. So if you have like 75, let's say 100 people, that's 25 to 40 vehicles. And those are about 20% of our events, the bigger ones like that. We don't do big events. I don't. So as I calculated it out, if there was like 300, if based on those numbers and those vehicles, 300 cars coming up to our ranch in a year, and that's less than a car a day coming up to our ranch. 95% of our guests or so come up from Smiths Ferry. Those are the directions I give, is from up 55, because most of them come from Treasure Valley. We have a lot of people fly in from other states. We've had Virginia, New Mexico, California, Oregon. They fly in, so they're at the airport and they drive up. So that's the directions we give. Most people don't even know the back road. So the guests that do come to the ranch, if it's estimate of 95% come up from Highway 55, they are not passing any homes. They're not creating any dust for any properties or any noise or anything else, because we are the first property at the north end of High Valley, so there is nobody else. So they're not creating dust or noise for anybody else up there. We are, if you're familiar with our property at all, most people don't even know it's there. Everybody I've talked to said, oh my God, I have no idea this was even here. Because you have to drive in the driveway and then all of a sudden the valley opens up and it's like, oh my gosh, this is all here. So you don't see us from the road. You don't see any of our buildings from the road. You don't see any parking from the road. You really don't even know we're there. All you see is my cows in the pasture. It's very private. So, what else was a concern? I know that the porta potties. So I talked to Mike Reno, and when I said, oh gosh, I don't even do laundry there. I take everything to the laundromat once a week when I go to Costco. I hit the laundromat, I hit Costco. So I don't do laundry up there. The day guests do not go anywhere near my restrooms. There are literally furnitures in front of them. And we are absolutely there 100%. I'm the warden. And so it's a pretty tight ship. We run a really tight ship. And we've had, I found one Coors Light can in my driveway. And I literally went and found that person who's drinking Coors Light. And I was like, well, what is this? What is this? You are done. You are done. We're just very, I am kind of, but somebody has to be. So and we are there. We are up until the last light turns off. I turn them off. We shut everything down. I pulled the plug before and said, it's bedtime. Good night. We're going to bed. Get out of here. So we are very, very cautious and careful. Our only neighbor, I guess, we're surrounded 3/4 of the way by the Texans. And then we have about a quarter of our property is National Forest, the southwest quarter. The person south of us in High Valley is Sandy Plaza. And the funny thing is, when we bought it from Brad, everybody hates Brad. And literally, we had like a dozen neighbors come by and say, oh, welcome to the neighborhood. Here's pie, here's cookies, here's cakes. And first we thought, oh my God, because they don't like outsiders up there. But they were so glad that Brad was leaving. So we've really connected with a lot of them. And Sandy, so those are is that the Darnells? Yeah, the Darnells are there too. They're wonderful. We love the Darnells, super nice people. They brought me a big bowl of apples from their tree when we moved in. But in Sandy Plaza, who is south, like a little bit to the, is that her coming up there? Yeah. Sandy Plaza. She is the one that she was going to come tonight. And I said, Sandy, she lives in Ontario in the winter and she just has that cabin where she's up every other weekend. She's at her cabin. And I said, you can't drive up to Cascade from Ontario. That's just, that's not okay. So she said, I'll write your letter. Okay, I'm going to write a letter. So she wrote that letter. We are in contact with her all the time. Even if we go out and do any like target practice, I text Sandy and I said, hey, are you in your property? Because her dog has like PTSD. And so we don't want to upset her dog. So, we're just really cautious and, with our neighbors. And we want to get along with everybody, especially because we're outsiders. And so she wrote a really nice letter and Ronnie Holbrook was going to come too and bring Sandy, but I was like, you guys can't drive. He's way down in Emmett too in the winter. But we get along with he's the mayor of High Valley.
All right, Victoria, I'm going to have these guys ask you questions because,
Sorry, I'll talk all night. Sorry.
I know.
Okay, I'll stop.
You guys got questions for Victoria?
I don't.
No.
Back
talk
in
too
here, not gonna let you off the hook yet. It says, do you have water rights for the ponds?
Yes, I do.
Good.
Which I was really excited about because then I thought, oh my God, what if we don't have water rights? So I called the
Department of Water Resources.
Yes, I called them and she was super nice. And I actually have a map and everything too. So we have a point of distribution, a point of diversion, right? And actually north of us. And then we have, so when it's 27 acres, is that not like 27 acres? That's
7 acre feet.
Probably
Yes.
27 acre feet of water.
I don't even know what that means, but I was just so happy that I had water rights. So, okay. So we do. And she sent me the paperwork to get that formally in our name and stuff. So everything was clean. So I do have those water rights. Yeah. And where we came from in Bend, Oregon. We were out in the county though, so we weren't like in town. But we came from Bend and we bordered the national forest with we had care facilities, residential care facilities, and we bordered national forest. And so it hadn't burned yet. So we are freaks about fire stuff because we were there in Bend where everything's on fire all the time. So we have a big 1,000-gallon tank. We have fire hoses. He's got this rigged up like a fire truck. And the pump.
You're gonna be at home here for the fire, I can tell you that. So
We're going to what?
you'll be at home here we have 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, one's fire season.
Yeah.
So you'll be right at home.
So we are, yeah. I mean, we are. So we see smoke, and he's in his truck, wanting to find it, where it is, and how close it is, and oh my God, what do we need to do? We have fire extinguishers everywhere. We even have them in our UTVs. We have them everywhere. So,
Well, Victoria, let us gonna close this part of it.
okay. Can I add one more thing? I forgot. I never finished the Mike Reno story. Sorry, but I told.
Be quick.
Okay, I told Mike Reno. I said, about the laundry and the porta potties and everything else. He said, and the caterers, you don't cater. I said, no, I don't cater weddings. I am not that good of a cook at all. I don't even like to cook. So he said, well, if I would have known that, I would have signed off on it. But, so that's why I wrote everything down really quick and submitted it because yes, he said, get it into the thing. So that was a big relief too.
Thank you, Victoria.
Okay.
Okay. You can sit down, relax. Okay, next part of this. Testimony from anybody who is for this application. If you'd like to speak. Anyone who's uncommitted, undecided? And then are there any opponents that would like to speak against this application? Okay, seeing none, let's bring it to the table. Close the public hearing. All right.
Mr. Chair, I think this is a good application. I do think staff has it that they have to have central district approval for this. And then I do think that a road development agreement would be appropriate. However, it needs to probably be customized because they only use that road half the year because that's all that's plowed. So I think we should make sure that's noted.
Yeah, we'll work with Jeff and.
So with those two things, I would move that we approve CUP 22-43.
I like it. I think where it was a dude ranch before, it's a good spot for it. The neighbors aren't close.
Okay.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Victoria. You have a 10-day appeal period in which anyone can appeal a decision of the commission to the Board of County Commissioners.
I know, sorry. It's been a really rough couple years.
Title 9-5H-12 Valley County Code.
Sorry.
You're welcome.
Okay. I'll go.
She's cute.
Okay, you're at.
Okay, next on the agenda. CUP 22-44 Bloomfield RV rental site. Bloomfield RV. Cinda?
Ex parte conflict of interest.
Oh, yeah. Is there any ex parte conflicts of interest?
No.
No. None here.
So the staff report for CUP 22-44 Bloomfield RV rental site. The applicant is Thomas and Nancy Bloomfield. The property is addressed at 13014 Navajo Road in Orme subdivision lot 47. Thomas and Nancy Bloomfield are requesting a conditional use permit for the rental of 2 recreational vehicle sites. Their permanent home is located kitty corner to the rear property corner directly south of this property. North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District would supply sewer service. Each site would have a water spigot connected to the existing well, a sewer connection, and electrical power. A utility shed is currently on the property. It does not comply with the minimum 20-foot setback from the rear property line. The applicant proposes that the renters of the RV sites would haul out trash. There's a fire pit with a water hose and shovel provided. Additional vehicles will be limited to 2 per RV. This lot does not include lake access per the Orme subdivision requirements. Renters are not allowed on the access lot. The half-acre parcel is addressed at 13014 Navajo Road. Application was submitted on September 26th of 2022. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on October 20th and October 27th. Principally affected agencies were notified on October 11th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheets on October 13th. The site was posted on the property on October 21st. The notice and application were posted online and on the Valley County website on October 4th. Agency comments received. Central District Health has no objections. The structure is served by North Lake Recreation Sewer and Water District. Jess Ellis, Donley Fire Marshal, stated they need to post the address and must have the driveway inspected and approved. Neighbor comments received. Mike and Katie Anderson, Nampa, on property at 13025 Navajo Road. They have questions regarding the length of the continuous stays and if the property owners live locally. Green and Dimitri Raymaker, 13015 Navajo Road, live across the site and are strongly opposed. The neighborhood was not intended to be used for renting out RV spaces to those who have no vested interest in taking care of our community. Approving this would set a precedent to allow landowners to rent RV sites. Renting RV spaces is more disruptive to the neighborhood than renting cabins. It has to be allowed for guest overflow. What sizes of RVs would be allowed? How many people would be allowed on site? Who would monitor proper hookup to waste disposal? There's a seasonal ditch adjacent to the property that flows into Lake Cascade, and fire danger is a concern. The site is flat with some scattered trees. It's surrounded by single-family residential subdivision lots. It's categorized under Table 9-3-1 of the Valley County Code. 5 commercial uses, E, recreation business, 4 campgrounds and facilities. It has a positive 27 from staff's compatibility. The site is within the Donley Fire District and Herd District. Sewer services are provided by North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District. It's not within an irrigation district. In 1971, an ordinance was adopted regulating mobile homes, including RVs. Tents need to be allowed for guest overflow. What sizes of RVs would be allowed? How many people would be allowed on site? Who would monitor proper hookup to waste disposal? And staff recommends they obtain trash services with lakeshore disposal. Those conditions of approval, 1 through 3 are the typical ones. 4, each shall be established within 1 year. Extension will be required. Shall clearly post the address of the driveway entrances. Must comply with requirements of Donley Fire District. All fire rings should be no larger than 3 feet in diameter. Shall have shovel, bucket, and fire extinguisher available near the fire pit. All lights should be fully shielded so that there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. This includes any pathway lighting. Quiet hours are 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. Shall obtain a sign permit prior to installation of a sign. Shall mark the property lines. No parking in the setback area or along Navajo Road. No events are allowed. This includes small weddings, etc., that would create noise impacts and increase traffic. Must comply with payment of sales tax in accordance with Idaho State Code Title 63, Chapter 36. Applicant must move the shed to comply with the setbacks. And there's a maximum occupancy of, I left a blank, rental guests for RV site. The maximum occupancy must be reflected in all the advertisements. The maximum number of guests includes day guests and or visitors. Since the staff report was completed, we received a letter from Donley Road Fire, Exhibit 1, they meet all the requirements for the driveway. And Exhibit 2 is from Linda Eddy and Therese Gaboni, and they state this is not a maintained road by the Valley County Road Department. It's basically a one-lane trail. It's plowed in the winter by a property owner. The application states it's maintained by Valley County. It is not and never has been because it's not built per Valley County standards. The main concern with this proposed RV rental lot is it can happen in any of their subdivisions which have CCNRs that don't allow this, but it's not. It's now happening because Valley County P&Z passed a code that people can now apply for these. This is wrong for people who bought and built their homes or use their single RV to have these types of RV parks next to them. And so this is the site right here. And this is the shed. It doesn't comply with setbacks. That's the only structure really on the property. Their permanent house is here. Kind of kitty corner to it. These are the people that were opposed to it, the Greenacres. And that ends my staff report. And Navajo Road is a public road, you can tell.
It's a pretty narrow goat trail, though.
I didn't qualify it, I just said it was a public road.
And it gets worse the further down you go.
And this is the general neighborhood.
The general neighborhood is all single-family homes.
Well, there's RVs and there's just sporadic use around as it becomes developed. This is right next door. So it's kind of a mixed bag right now. Here's one down here. That does have the RVs and sheds and things. But every year we get more and more really nice single-family residences out here. It's being built up mostly like from the lake, moving towards the west. And just right across the street, now I've lost myself. Right here, the opponents, they have a nice home. That's across the street. So that concludes my staff report.
Okay. Any questions for Cinda?
No.
Nope.
All right. Nancy, I take it?
It is.
State your name and address, please, Nancy.
Sure. It's Nancy Bloomfield. It's 12995 Ponderosa Road in Donnelly. So I wrote this out just so I wouldn't forget anything, and I hope I've addressed everything, Cinda, that you had there. We purchased this lot as soon as our neighbors decided to sell. We're retired, and we live there 365 days a year. We purchased it primarily so that we can control the activity and the noise, because our back patio directly faces that lot. If weekend party people had purchased the lot, I'm not sure what we would have done. I think we would have had to move. So basically, we purchased the lot in self-defense. We were just so afraid that we would get loud weekend party people up there. We decided to rent out the 2 RV sites in order to cover the current bills we're incurring with the lot and to recoup some of the cost of the property. I am currently, and have been for years, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Oromé Association, so I'm completely versed in the bylaws of the association. However, the association doesn't have anything to do with the neighborhood. It just governs the lake lots, the access lots to the lake. And currently in the bylaws, renters are not allowed on the Oromé property to access the lake. Therefore, the people, if we're approved, that would have their RVs there would not have access to the lake. They would just be on that property. The original neighborhood was a group from Boise who came up for the weekends and holidays to have a good time. As time passed, the neighborhood has become a home to a few permanent residents. Some are owners and some are renters, so there are VRBOs there. Some owners continue with the original concept of the neighborhood, which was visiting on weekends, some in their cabins, some in their RVs, and there are also a few VRBOs. There are no CCNRs for this neighborhood, absolutely nothing prohibiting RV sites. If anything, we are staying completely within the original scope and intent of the neighborhood. We have a vested interest in this property in keeping it clean, safe, and quiet. We see it every day. It is our view. Our granddaughter visits us often, making us extra cautionary regarding guests. We will not allow tent camping as we are not providing toilet facilities. Parking, the RVs will be minimally disruptive as the lot allows for pull-through parking, so no backing up with other shouting directions. We will monitor the sewer, water, and electric hookups. We will assure the fire is completely out. My husband and I used to be part of a volunteer fire department, so we're well aware of how to do all that. There's a water spigot, hose, shovel near the fire pit, and guests will be limited to 6 per RV. There will not be any smoking allowed on the property. The RV sites are centrally located on the property. We planted about a dozen new trees this fall near the rear of the property, and we plan to plant more this spring. There's already a stand of trees at the front end of the lot blocking the property from the road. There is a 20-foot utility easement between the sites and the irrigation ditch, which is dry except for a few weeks in the spring. The grounds are kept watered and mowed. We are actively addressing the noxious weeds regularly. I pulled out wagons full. The roadway is a surface hardened by additional gravel. There is no night lighting. There is adequate parking for 2 vehicles per RV on the property. Street parking will not be allowed, nor is it necessary. There will be no parties or events such as weddings allowed. If music can be heard at all on adjacent properties, the renters will be asked to turn it down or off. RVs can comfortably be up to 35 feet in length. We're judging this because the previous owners had their RV on there, and that's what they told us would be the correct length. Trash will be the responsibility of the renter. However, we will examine the area after each rental to assure its cleanliness. We're in the process of getting clarification on the size and location of the address signs. Actually, we did get that from the fire department, and those are already up and posted. And we're addressing the shed in its current location. That's where it was when we purchased the property, but if you require us to move it, we could do that. It was put there, I think, specifically to give them privacy, so that's why they put it there in the first place. So basically, our goal is to keep the quiet beauty of the neighborhood, and we were just attempting to recoup some of the cost to do so. And then you spoke about the road. It's not a trail, it's a regular road. So I'm not sure what that was about, but it's a regular road.
Question on that. Are these going to be long-term rentals? Or these short-term or just during the summer months, spring and
Just during the summer
fall?
months, and we haven't made the determination yet on the length of the rentals. It would be a minimum, certainly, of 4 days. Nothing shorter than, not like back and forth.
Right.
So we're not sure about that part of it yet, unless it's, and that's our approval depends on that. Then we obviously do what you recommend, but.
Okay.
Mostly, we're just trying to recoup the cost so that we can keep it quiet. Quiet. All I want. So that's what our goal is.
Okay.
Clean, quiet.
Questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
This time, we'll ask for any testimony from proponents, anyone who's for this application. Anyone who's undecided like to speak? Anyone that was against this would like to speak?
Thank you, guys. And my name is Linda Eddy at 13041 Hill House Loop in Donley. I'm very familiar with this trail road. Yes, I agree, Cindy, it is a Valley County road, but it is not maintained by the Valley County Road Department. It is basically a trail. It is very rutty in the summer. A gentleman that lives at the far end of it, he has a big loader and he scrapes it. And in the winter, he uses his big loader to remove the snow. Before that, there was no one except, because it was all summertime use. I have an issue with the trash. I feel with this permit, they should have the lakeshore disposal can there. They should pay for that. Because what if they're gone for 2 weeks? Are they going to know for sure that the person's taking their trash out? I think it should have service there. And then my next question is, if there is sewer to this lot, is there one hookup by North Lake Sewer and Water? If they're requesting to put 2 RVs or more on this property, they have to go to North Lake Sewer and Water District. They have to get a permit from them and from the county in order to do that, the building department with the county. So that, I just don't know if that's been done. So there should be a permit for an additional hookup there. Cinda, would you put back up, she was showing the dirt irrigation that went down along that property or drainage?
The wetland layer.
Well, she mentioned that the ditch running down along that is dry. I don't know which one it was. It was there toward the end.
She's talking about on the application.
Yeah, the application. Picture. Oop. No, that's not it. You're almost there. No, not there. Keep going back a little bit more, Cinda. There was a dry area that ran along the edge of that property. That one doesn't show it, coming out on Ponderosa. I want to explain what that is. If it comes up, I'll keep talking so I don't lose my time. What that is we've talked about the wetlands at Norwood and Tamarack Falls Road. The water from Hill House and that corner from that wetland goes under Norwood, and it goes right down through across Navajo. It goes right down that section that she's showing is dry. Also in that dry area, and I don't know if these people are aware of it, North Lake Sewer and Water has a 20-foot easement. The main sewer line that runs and picks up all the property on Norwood goes down through there, goes over and hooks up to a lift station on Ponderosa Drive. So 10 feet on each side, the other property and that property, there's an easement that they can go down through their North Lake if they needed to tear out that sewer line. So that is a natural drainage. Yes, most of the summer it's dry, but in the spring, it's a flood. So I think that's my main things. And again, another RV park being allowed in a subdivision of residential. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Oh, you get a chance to rebut.
Later?
Yeah. Any further opponents that would like to speak? Seeing none, do a rebuttal.
So for the 2 RV sites, there are 2 sewer dumps. They are separate therein. So it's not like we're through North Lake Water and Sewer. Each RV site has its own sewer dump, its own electric, and its own water spigot.
And so, Cindy, that's already been through with North Lake?
Yes.
Already been through with them?
Those approvals don't go through me.
Okay,
They have to get approval from North Lake, and she says that they have to.
you already have that, okay.
Yep, that's all under
Probably from
control.
the previous one.
Okay,
Okay,
Kurt.
so the ditch that's on there, so the white that you see is the road. The ditch is to the left, and you can't see the ditch, but it's a deep drainage ditch. And we've lived there for 10 years, and in the spring, that runs for a few weeks. Part of the drainage from the summer. This last spring, it did not run at all. The year before it did. So it's sporadic on, what year, but like I said, we've been there nearly 10 years. And where the road is doesn't get wet. There's a ditch over on this other side. And yes, that is a utility easement, and it's 20 feet wide, and we're aware of that. And we've had the North Lake Water and Sewer come out, and they drive in. For instance, if they need to check down the manhole covers, they can drive through there.
Mm-hmm.
So there is an easement on there, but the ditch is on.
Okay.
It's not. The ditch is on the side of it, not on the road part of it, where they drive in.
Hey, any questions for Nancy?
The additional sewer hookup or the two, were they there before you bought the property?
They were, yes. This was all set up before we even bought it. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy.
Mhm.
All right, this time we'll close the public hearing and bring it to the table. And I don't know. We're dealing with
But it's a tough one to where, on the one hand, it's their piece of property. They should be able to utilize it how they want. But on the other hand, it's a subdivision with a bunch of houses and the lots aren't super big. So it's kind of how does that mesh with what's already there, with people living there in their houses, and then guests coming in camp trailers and staying for the weekend.
Right, I think it's an issue of compatibility. Again, we're putting a business of some sort in a single-family residential home or residential subdivision.
Right. You don't see that in the subdivisions in the city. You don't, in Boise, you don't have a subdivision and then a couple camp trailers in the middle of it.
Right.
Not that I want to compare us to Boise, but.
Oh, no. I agree. As it develops, it's hard to, hey, you don't want it looking like that, but still it's a mixed bag in that area, but the area is growing up and turning into, like everything else.
And that there will be impacts if it's every 4 days or every weekend of traffic versus a single-family home.
But if it was a single family home, there'd be somebody there every day.
Right, but not coming in and out with campers.
Maybe.
I'm just saying that I think the short term would be a concern in terms of the compatibility and the impacts to the neighbors.
And I thought too about motorcycles, side by sides, four wheelers, and all that ripping through there. But the people that live there, some of them probably do that too. Or those that have cabins there are probably.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yep. Well, for me, we're mixing up a neighborhood that is, to me, it's predominantly homes. And now we're putting in rental RV spaces in it.
Yeah.
That's on the lakeside. Okay. The motion, one way or the other.
I'll make a motion that we deny this application.
I will second that.
CUP 22-44.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
Not at this time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Be a 10-day appeal period in which anyone can appeal the decision of the commission to the Board of County Commissioners in accordance with Title 9-5H-12 Valley County Code. All right, last and not least,
We made it by 10.
we did it. We did it. We're all tired. CUP 22-45 Icola Storage. Are there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
No.
No.
No. Cinda?
Okay, so there's the property. Here, it's 160 acres. East side, right. There's the driveway. So, CUP 22-45, Icola Storage. The applicant is Jerry Icola. It's located on Farm to Market between Patty Flat Road and Spink Lane. It's 1 acre portion of a 160 acre parcel. Jerry Icola is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to construct a storage facility. The proposal includes a 65-foot by 100-foot sprung structure to store up to 25 recreational trailers for a commercial business. The applicant stated the structure is the same type as the one that's located at Davis Creek Lane, but will not be as tall. That's the white one owned by Ken. But it's not going to be as tall. The structure would also be used for storage of personal items and agricultural equipment. The property does have an agricultural property tax exemption on it at this time. There would be no outside storage of any trailers or equipment related to a commercial operation. The commercial structure will be set back 50 feet from the property line along Farm to Market Road. A berm would be added to the front of the property and additional trees planted for screening. The driveway would be inset from the road right-of-way and be gated for security. Access would be from Farm to Market Road, a public road, onto a driveway shared with a future residence. There will be an individual well and septic with the house. The structure will be 500 plus feet from Boulder Creek. A map floodplain runs through the 160 acre parcel, and there is no base flood elevation determined. It is panel 1025, community number 160220. A letter of map amendment was approved by the Federal Emergency Management, FEMA, at the site of the conditional use permit and future single-family residence. I, as the floodplain coordinator, have determined the structure in the single-family residence will be reasonably safe from flooding. The current applicant intends to place their home at this site and continue with the agricultural use. Just 1 acre was designated for the commercial use. The structure will be used for storage of recreational equipment associated with their McCall business, agricultural implements, and personal storage. The applicant had applied for an agricultural building permit but was denied after they confirmed that there would be other items stored in the structure. The application was submitted on September 29th, 2022. Legal notice was posted to the Star News on October 20th and October 27th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on October 11th. Property owners within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet sent October 13th. The site was posted on the property on October 21st, and the notice was posted on the Valley County website on October 4th. Agency comments received. Central District Health stated if restroom facilities are installed, then the sewage system must be installed to meet Idaho state sewage regulations. Public comments received. Dave Bingaman requests a type of structure other than the proposed white sprung pipe structure. These structures are an eyesore and can be seen from miles away due to the size, height, and fabric color of the structures. This proposal is not in accordance with the Valley County Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 13, Goal 1. Retaining the rural atmosphere of Valley County by protecting its natural beauty and open characteristics and preserving its historical and scenic beauty. Objective 2, promote the control of the spoilers of natural beauty, and Objective 4, emphasize natural beauty when designing projects such as bridge, roadways, commercial buildings, subdivisions, and homes. Additionally, the Valley County Planning and Zoning Commission set a precedence for the use of this type of structure in 2020 when they denied the use of a sprung structure as a temporary cover for the recycling center in Lake Fork. Physical characteristics of the site, it's relatively flat, open area. Surrounding land use and zoning includes to the north is a single-family residence and agricultural use. That's the Black Pine Deer Farm. And then agriculture on the other sides with single-family residences on 2 other sides. This is categorized under 5 commercial uses: D, area business, 8, mini warehouse storage. Areas of the Valley County Code were listed here for your review. Staff compatibility rating was a positive 13. The site is within the Donnelly Fire District and her district. The site is not within the irrigation district. Both the Roseberry Irrigation Ditch and Boulder Creek Code 160 acre parcel, not the 1 acre building site. No signage is proposed at this time. The applicant must sign page 1 of the application. Proposed conditions of approval are 1 through 3 are typical ones. 4, the use shall be established within 1 year of the date of approval, or a permit extension will be required. 5, must comply with the requirements of the Donnelly Fire District. All lights shall be fully shielded so that there's not upward or horizontal projection of lights. Shall obtain building permits for the structure. All noxious weeds on the property must be controlled. Snow must be stored on site. The site must be kept in a neat and orderly manner. Shall obtain a Central District Health Improvement prior to the issuance of building permit for the residence or an office. Berm should be elevated above new grade and not have a slope greater than 3 to 1. BMP should be used during construction to retain water away from the creek. Landscaping shall be installed prior to October 1st of 2023. If the landscaping dies, it must be replaced. A minimum of 1 tree should be planted for every 25 feet of linear street frontage. The trees may be grouped or planted in groves. Must have an approach permit from the Valley County Road Department. Hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. No outside storage of any trailers or equipment related to the commercial business is allowed. May have to enter into a road development agreement with the Valley County Road Superintendent and the Valley County Board of Commissioners. And then a new conditional use permit would be needed for public storage and or for a commercial office or rental use at this site. Since the staff report was completed, I've received additional correspondence. Exhibit 1 was received November 7th from Michael, and she submitted the structural plans. And this is a maximum of 25 feet. What is it? 27 feet. And include the block. Put it on. And then Donnelly Fire submitted a letter dated November 7th, and they state all of the requirements they're going to have. They'll have to comply with that. Exhibit 3 is from Tim Hart, 301 He said this is a bad idea, it's a scenic corridor. He said there used to be a scenic corridor on Highway 55. And that's gone between Lake Fork and McCall. At least the snow today has covered up the trash. There should never be a subdivision on West Lake Fork. If Icola storage is approved, the unofficial scenic byway of farm to market will be gone. Past commissioners did not approve a radio tower. Yeah, we did approve a radio. In 1996, a radio tower was approved on farm to market road.
It fell over.
I know, but it was approved. Oh, there was one approved, and they did have the trees. Anyway, it was approved in 1996. And then Exhibit 4 is from John Farmer, and he's asking the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny the CUP beyond the failure to preserve the natural beauty of the area. It sets a bad precedent, turning agricultural zone land into commercial. And what they're proposing is a combination building that's going to contain commercial storage, their personal items, and agricultural. They are going to build their single-family residence there. And that ends my staff report.
Cool. Yeah, I know where this property is, go by it every day, working.
And the CUP, to clarify, is for 1 acre within 160 acres. You won't be able to expand outside of that.
Right, right. Any questions for Cinda?
No.
Not right now.
This time we'll hear from applicant.
Yes, my name's Rachel Icola, and I reside at 14197 Highway 55. I am Jerry Senior Icola's daughter-in-law, and my husband is Jerry Junior Icola. My son's being cute. We have a very long story, but I think it's very serious for us as can create a huge financial hardship for our business. And we've been at this process for a year and a half and haven't had any success. Basically, what has happened, we are like many other families in Valley County that are struggling to make ends meet. And a few years ago, I decided to leave my director job at Tamarack. And then it came time with trying to decide if our family was going to stay in Valley County or if we were going to move away. My husband, of course, is a third-generation logger, and he didn't want to leave Valley County. This is all he ever known and ever wanted to do. So it's either I work out of state doing what my career was and he stays here, or we up and move. So another alternative came up in that process, and Cheap Thrills Rentals came up for sale. And we thought, that could be the ticket for us. Let's sell everything we own, our house, our belongings, everything, and buy a business. And that's what we did. So we left the logging company after my husband worked for him for over 20-some years, right out of high school, and we bought Cheap Thrills Rentals. And we also knew that as soon as we sold our house, that eventually we would get a piece of the family property to build our forever home on. My sister-in-law got her 13 acres many years ago, and it was time for us to get our 13 acres to be able to use for our personal selves and eventually give to our children. Well, what we didn't know at the time is that we needed to have a base flood evaluation done in order to split an original 160 acres. And even though we have free splits on our original parcel, we couldn't use it until we spent $40,000 to get this evaluation done, just to find out if the property would flood or if our house would flood. And we couldn't afford $40,000. We just spent $900,000 on buying a business and trying to operate it in our first year. And we didn't want to spend that. So we petitioned FEMA directly and said, FEMA, can you help us out? We can't afford this evaluation. What do we need to do? So we got a surveyor. We did all the elevations and measurements they required, and it took about 6 to 7 months to get it, but we finally got a letter of map amendment. And so out of the 13-acre piece that my husband's to get, they said about 6.4 acres is buildable and out of the floodplain. So that's enough for us. So we put together our envelope. We said, this is where we're going to build. This is our site plan. And we sent it into Planning and Zoning. And Planning and Zoning said, no, you still need to go get a $40,000 evaluation to split the property. And they said, well, that ain't going to work. So until we can afford that evaluation, we have to come up with another alternatives to store our equipment. We own 15 boats, we own 26 jet skis, and we have 55 snowmobiles. And that doesn't include our own personal recreational toys. We have a 45-foot toy hauler and a boat and some personal I don't know what all my husband has, to be honest with you, but we have a bunch of stuff to store. And it wasn't until we went to go pay for our building permit for this 65 by 100 square foot temporary structure that we realized we had to go through planning and zoning to get it rezoned commercial. See, at the same time that was happening, she was also in the process of sending my father-in-law a letter saying we had 45 days to remove all of our equipment or start paying $1,000 a day fine. So with all the acres that my in-laws own in the county, none of it is zoned commercial. So we have nowhere to move our equipment to store it and have it be legally and legit and the whole 9 yards. So I guess our only option is to ask you, please take some sympathy on us and give us our, CUP and approve our low 1 acre splits to make it commercial property so we can store equipment. It would be a huge financial issue for our business to spend $40,000 to $80,000 a year in storage fees to another company to hold on to our boats and jet skis and snowmobiles and so forth. We don't do any business at this location. We don't accept customers. We don't do anything. It's just there. We did have plans on building a 60 by 60 shop, and a house, our primary residence, but we cannot put anything in the ground, concrete or otherwise, until we get this base flood evaluation done. Now, the whole project combined is going to be almost $3 million. You think about it, between building a house, paying for a base flood evaluation, all the surveyors and everything. Building a 60 by 60 shop is about $450,000. You put another $700,000 into a house and $1 million for a business. I wonder what the entry fee is for Valley County for a 40-year-old trying to stay here and make a living. We are not from out of town. We are not trying to make money on a vacation rental. We are trying to raise our family and stay where my husband has been all his life. And we just want to build a flipping house and store our equipment. And we ask you today for some sympathy and help us out. Yes, we understand the temporary structure is not the prettiest, but it's $80,000 versus $1 million, which is a lot more doable for a 40-year-old trying to get started in their first business. So we are open to suggestions. Unfortunately, we don't have anywhere on the property we could choose to put this structure. There is a possibility we could move it back closer to the creek, but we'd have to clear a whole bunch of trees to do that and build up the access road that goes through a little bit of swampy area. So, like I said, there is options of not having it right up against Farm to Market Road, but, there's also consequences of that as well. Thank you.
Hey, I got throw a question at you here, because when you keep saying a temporary structure, and I saw a picture of it, we talking a timeline on a temporary structure?
20 years. I mean, the outside cover is warranted for 20 years. The inside frame is good for 50 years. So a brand new building that would house all of our equipment. I know what Mile High Marina is paying. It's about $700,000 for that type of size of building. So the cost of that on top of trying to build a shop so we can do mechanic work on our business equipment and personal stuff and a house, I just don't foresee us being able to afford that high ticket item as well as being able to purchase our commercial property in McCall because the owners are wanting to sell in 3 years. So it's not, but could I say I would like to be able to do that in 10 years? Very possibly, we would like to, but I don't want to say something and not be able to meet that because we have, a ton of money already promised out over the next 5 years that I don't reasonably think it could happen.
So ultimately, you do want to have a permanent building at some point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're not renting to the public. It's not like they're paying us $150 a month rent to store their stuff for them. That's not what we're doing. It's our own personal stuff to run our business. And, I grew up in a huge farming family. I grew up with cows and pigs and horses and goats, and I had a huge garden, and I really would like to have another garden to can our own fruits and vegetables. This gives us the opportunity to do that. This is the 13 acres as soon as we get it. It's not going to be big enough to graze cattle, but definitely I have a thing with pigs. I love pigs. So I'm more than happy to raise some pigs. They're wonderful. You get them and they're tiny in the spring, and then you get them really fat, and then you take them to market and you put them in your freezer. It's perfect. So.
It's a good plan.
I have raised pigs.
My dad did 60 years.
Can I clarify some things?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
We will issue a building permit. The base flood elevation was required when she subdivided the property.
not for the building permit, for
Not for
subdivision.
building permit, because you got the letter of map amendment. Because of the letter of map amendment, we will issue you a building.
Okay, but that's on the entire 160 acres, correct?
Right.
The problem I have with that, if I may say, is not everyone has $700,000 cash in their bank account to be able to go and pay cash to have a house built. My husband and I, unfortunately, have to go out and take a thing called a mortgage with 30% down in order to be able to construct that. And I have to have some real property attached to that mortgage. So, I mean, I totally wish I had $700,000 in the bank to be able to do that, but we don't, so.
We're not looking at approval of the house tonight.
Right, absolutely, I understand that.
To issue a building permit for what you're asking for approval for tonight, you don't need a base flood elevation because you have a letter of map amendment in that location. Okay. She is not rezoning this to commercial use.
Right.
Just have the one zone. It's
Right.
not a rezone. It's an approval of a specific land use.
Just CUP for this.
So, these structures have been permitted elsewhere in the county. There's one in Lake Fork because of plumbing. There's one in Gilbert's. You issued them for Tamarack, sprung structures. There's an agricultural one there on Davis Creek Lane.
State uses
There's
them
one
all
out on
over.
Highway 55 in Round Valley.
HED uses them all over.
Yeah. So I don't think it's a changing character of structures that we have historically permitted in Valley County. I just wanted to clarify those things. And then if you choose to do anything on this, they should implement BMPs during and after construction to protect runoff into that creek.
Would you consider different color than white? Like a tan or a gray or a green or something?
I always wanted a white farmhouse and a red barn. My husband said no to the red barn. So we settled on a white barn with a black roof. And I said, no, I want a black barn with a black roof and a black house with a black roof. And needless to say, we ended up with a white barn, a black roof, and a white house and a white storage shed. So I could totally go with a nude color or cream or something else to appease you, but if you do that, it goes better with black.
They're gonna have the landscaping out front too, Surrey's landscaping.
Right. And it's,
Anyway, just for the record.
so is the opening going to face farm to market or is it going to be lengthwise
Yeah,
of
so-
farm to market?
Yeah, there's a current tiny little driveway there now. That driveway runs really close to a power pole. So we asked Valley County Road Department if we could move that driveway about 20 feet south of that because we intend on making it 30 feet wide. It's an inset driveway, and it will have a gate on it. It will have video cameras, whole 9 yards. It needs to be big enough to pull in with our big trailers and be able to park there, open a gate, and get through. And so that's our plan. We're going to build a 6-foot fence all along Farm to Market Road. We'll put in a 3-foot berm all across the front of the property. And I really don't want my neighbors knowing what I'm doing, so I'll plant as many trees as you want so they can't see us. So anyway.
What kind of fence is that gonna be, 6 foot?
6 foot. I really like the cast iron rod. If we can afford it, that's what I'll go with. But if not, I really like the black vinyl fence look, and we have not decided on that quite yet. But I do want like pillars, such as you take 4x4 concrete blocks and do it every 25 or 24 feet, and then do more wood fencing or something of that type of nature. So.
I don't have any questions right now.
I don't know that I'd worry about the fence myself. With the berm on there, it's gonna.
Yeah, I mean, the berm with landscaping on it as you can. So that, the big building is 100 and something feet long?
It's 65 by 100, and it's going to go in there, so you'll see the east-west, thank you, honey.
Facing farm to market?
No,
Facing away.
Oh, so it'll be going north and south, opening will?
No,
So it's just a long, kind of a half
Mm-hmm.
with one end open.
Well, just one end's open?
Yeah,
Okay.
So from farm to market, you'll just see the back,
yeah.
short side.
That's gonna be right up against the trees, basically.
Yeah, it's 50 feet setback from the road is what we planned on, so.
So it'll be that close to the road?
Yeah, there's a pond in a little road that goes around the pond. If we push it back too far, we would have to petition FEMA and Army Corps of Engineers, I think, possibly, because we're gonna have to fill in the back end of that pond to be able to push it back more.
That's that area right there. So from that 50 feet, that building's gonna go 100 feet further east, is that correct?
It's actually gonna be, you need to come south with your line a little bit, see where the driveway is, the building's gonna be to the south of that.
Okay. All right,
May I ask a question?
yeah.
Are you gonna firm the entire farm to market or just bring the landscaping back to screen the structure itself?
I was planning on doing most of farm to market. The portion I'm unsure of is there is an irrigation ditch at the corner of the property between ours and Phelps, kinda. And I don't, is it? It's a low spot and it concerns me to put dirt in that low spot right there. Because I don't want to mess with any water runoff or anything that's been there for a long time, so.
All our water runs waste from that side.
You pick from here and a deer farm.
Well, it's not gonna be that.
Okay, let's move on, and it's getting late. So, testimony from opponents, speak for it,
I'm a deer farmer.
name and address.
Yeah. And yeah, I just kind of, oh boy, this is a big eye opener now. And one, I mean, we live on the Roseberry Patty Flat straightaway. So it's a racetrack there every weekend and every holiday. And you can tell the rentals because they do 75. The people that own them only do 65. So yeah, and then the dump is up there. So we have all the garbage falling off of trucks from the dump. Yep. I refuse to dump it. I refuse to pick it up because they make me pay to dump it now. So yeah. But I'm afraid it's there's no commercial buildings anywhere on farm to market like this, anywhere. And if it's going to become commercial, well, I mean, you guys want low income housing, I'll put 500 cheap trailer lots on it. And I guess I have plenty of room for a sewer lagoon on the south end. But I mean, we could reincorporate Spink and I can put a liquor store in the corner there and sell money orders for the dump and liquor. And but it's there's no commercial out on farm to market at all. And if this is going to set the precedent for commercial, it limits what I can do. And I mean, you can see right here, my property value went from last year 52,000 to 204,000 this year. I'm going to get run out of here. And then this is going to raise it even higher? Or is this going to lower it finally? Or what? I mean, I'm being run out of here. It's like the realtors want to kill all us local people now. And I mean, I only got a little dinky farm. We only got 80 acres. I mean, that used to be a tiny little farm back in the 60s when my mom and dad bought it. In the early 60s. They have a 125-year-old house sitting on that place. And I mean, it's slowly sinking, but it's still there. And it's one of the oldest houses in the valley now. But there is no commercial anywhere on farm to market, anywhere except Roseberry. Now you talk about this huge building on Davis. Well, that's 6 miles, 7 miles south. And it's not even on farm to market. It's not anywhere near it. And then berms, well, you end up making it like Highway 55. You got a canyon. So now you have to pay to see the mountains. And I mean, if there's a 3-foot berm there, well, why can't I build a 10-foot? Or why can't I just start piling containers all the way around my place? I mean, there's no regulations on that, obviously, because everybody's buying containers. And it's just, I mean, I have to prove every year that I'm agriculture. I have to list down how many acres of soybeans and pineapples and bananas I raise. Every frippin' year I have to do that to prove it. And well, there hasn't been any cows on that 13 acres yet. The assessor, she doesn't know what to do with it. She was just out there last week. And I tell her, well, mine's not changed. It's just the same old junk sitting there. But now, all of a sudden, I haven't done anything, and my property tax goes up 4 times what it was. And it's going to run all the locals out of here. I pity you guys when you get your assessment. I pity you, because you're going to freak out. And it's not good. And there's no other building like this on the farm to market. And farm to market's almost a dirt road now. You talk about the S Bridge. The S Bridge is a beautiful highway compared to farm to market, because we got 150,000-pound trucks blasting at 60 miles an hour up and down farm to market all summer long. It's all summer because they know there's no way station on it. And they can fly right along. There's no cops out there. And it's just, there's no, I mean, I don't want to cause no, I hate it to have to ask to be able to build something on your own property. I mean, and I don't want to tell people what they can what they can do with their own property, but this is right out my front window of my house. And I mean, I don't live in Avamore because I don't want to live in Avamore. You know, if we're going to have Avamore up here, well, why don't we just open it up? And why are you guys even here now? You know, I mean, we shouldn't have any kind of commission. You should just be able to pull out the bulldozers and do what you want then. But up on this place, they're up above the canal on Patty Flat Road. There's huge acres and acres of flat land with drainage everywhere, no ditches, no nothing. I mean, I've got water rights from 1916, or 1917. So ours are fairly old. You know, they've been there. We have a water right on every ditch that goes into our place, because my dad just did that when he bought it in 60. But, I mean, I was born and raised here, and you know, I haven't had neighbors in 60 years, so, you know, it's a little irritating anyway. But, I mean, I knew it was going to happen. And the trees, well, the trees with the water, with the radio tower, I was 302 feet away, so you didn't have to send me any paperwork on that when John Cruikshank did that. But that ruined my reception. But, I mean, it fell over, thank God. And now it's just laying on the ground with 1,000 feet of copper wire under it. But there's no commercial anywhere on farm to market. And if this is going to open it up, well, then I'm only left a few choices of what I could do to my place. And then how can you tell me no when I've got a commercial place right next door that's got a mechanic shop going on day and night? I mean, why can't I build a liquor store up on Spink and farm to market? I mean, how can you guys say no to that? You know, and I know Maverick is looking for a place, but I don't think I want to buy one there, but I got a lot of traffic that goes up to the dump. And it's the nicest road within 50 miles. I mean, we have the nicest drive to a dump of anywhere in Idaho. And people drive up it just to see the road. And because it doesn't have potholes in it. And where every other road does. And so there's enough traffic out there already, and now there's a guy out on the end of Spink on the corner that has the brightest lights that, 80% of this country has never seen the Milky Way. They've never seen it. They don't even know it's there. Luckily, we can. And it'd be nice to kind of keep it that way a bit, I can tell these people afraid of the dark, but, if you are, don't move up here. We're dark and we're quiet out there. That's why they stopped the airport out there. It's because you can hear cars on the highway all day long. It's a mile and a half away. And I can hear cars beeping and Jake brakes and Harleys and everything else. But it's just a little bit too much right now. I don't mind a house. I can live with a house. But, if I got to prove every flipping year that I have agriculture on my little chunk, and I have to tell them how many bananas I grow, everybody else should have to do it too. And so...
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Sorry. But, it's either here or Costa Rica. So, yeah. And I don't want to move to Costa Rica. So, yeah.
Okay.
But now I'm a multi-millionaire, so at least on paperwork.
You're allowed a rebuttal.
Can I have a
Yep.
Can I have a rebuttal?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not in opposition. I'm Jerry Icola, live at 14179 Highway 55 in McCall. And we currently own the property as well as some property up by McCall. We've owned the property for years. And so when your kids grow up and they want to stay here, well, what do? You offer them a piece of ground to build a house. And which we did with Jerry and Rachel. And their best efforts so far have run aground to build a house on that property. And so in the meantime, they end up buying a business, that, takes advantage of some of the recreational opportunities that this area provides for people to come up here. And but it's seasonal, so they have to have a place to put their equipment in the off-season. They're not operating a commercial business out of that site. All they are doing is putting some of their equipment in the off-season and use it the next season. I read some of the opposition. Some make it sound like this is a storage unit, and some people have a perception of a storage unit that, they rent space, to others to come and put their stuff, and one storage unit is maybe just one of many or more to come. That's not the case here. I think that it's inappropriately termed a storage facility. Anybody that has a large building, you store stuff in it, but there's a connotation about a storage facility that some people take exception to. I live right across the road from a whole bunch of them. And there are a number of them in other areas of our county. This is not one of the beginning of one of those storage complexes. And it's, in my mind, it's not even a commercial business. Their commercial business is in McCall. All they're doing is storing some of their equipment that they own in this building. They're not renting space to others or somebody come in renting a snowmobile to take off and ride up the Paddy Flat. That's not the case at all. And so, anyway, I think that I just want to add that for at least some clarification for some, anyway. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thanks, Sherry. I wanted to say something about Mr. Bingham message to the county. And the fact of the matter is Chuck and Peggy White Scarver owned Cheap Thrills Rentals for 28 years, and they're neighbors to Mr. Bingham. And they never got hassled by the county ever whatsoever for 28 years for having the same equipment outside right next door to this guy's house. So why all of a sudden he's making an issue with us, I have no idea. So that's the one thing I want to say. The other thing I want to say is, I think it's important that businesses that want to be a part of a community and actually are actively trying to do so. Our gross sales is only about 1.3 million a year, but we paid over $300,000 last year in wages. And all of our seasonal year-round employees receive bonuses for $1,000 to $2,000 apiece. Our staff that works for us year-round full-time, they get full paid benefits, 4 weeks paid vacation. They get vision, medical, dental, the whole 9 yards. We donated over $10,000 last year to local charities, including the Little Ski Hill, hockey sports, figure skating, youth softball, you name it, we have donated to them. Snowmobile clubs, McCall Snowmobile Club, Boise Snowmobile Club, because it's important to grow this community and be a part of it and give back. That is who we are. We raise our children here and we want to do that. Not everyone that owns and runs a business has the ability to buy something on the highway to store their equipment. We would all run out of highway space real quick. And that's why there's a term of mixed use, so we can have a house and be able to, have some business items at our house. And that's why, once again, I ask you to please show us some mercy and at least think about our CUP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One quick question while I've got you there. Whenever you get to build your home, where is it going to be in relation to?
Can I walk up here?
Absolutely.
So this is a huge burn pile that's been sitting here for a while that we need to take care of. The property line for the 13 acres goes right to the north of that burn pile and then cuts over and then back. So the storage building would be on this side, go like this. And our house is planned here, and then our 60 by 60 shop was planned here. But since we're going to be working on equipment that's owned by the business, we might have to switch the shop and the house location so it's on the same 1 acre commercial portion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So this eventually will include the storage and then the shop.
Eventually down the road.
Virtual and.
Okay. All right. This time we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table.
I don't know if I have the right perspective on this, but I see it as more of like a barn. If they were farming, they would keep their equipment in a barn. They happen to have rental place. They're not working out of here, they're working out of town. But they need a place to store their off-season equipment. And they're adding there, they're gonna store some farm equipment in there and some other stuff. They're not renting it as a storage unit. Storage for their own stuff, like what you would do in a barn if you had a farm. So in my mind, I see it as it's fine. And long-term goal is to have a different, a more permanent structure that's gonna be more appealing to the masses.
To the area.
But they need something to store their equipment in. If somebody had a farm, would we be in the same process? If they were just trying to store their tractors and their discs and their whatever in there?
Cindy?
Some of that on here. I asked them a question really quick
Yeah, sure.
before I make a statement. Will employees be parking here?
No.
Will you be starting up the vehicles at 6 o'clock in the morning to
No.
pick them up and take them somewhere else? Okay. I just want to clarify that there's a difference between this business and the CM rental that we denied off.
Gentlemen. Public hearing's closed. Please be quiet. and let
Yeah,
them
I
talk.
just want a clarification because there's a significant difference between this and the CM rental we denied that went to court up on Pearson. Because that was very intrusive to the neighborhood because they were starting up the vehicles every morning at 6 o'clock and shining lights and they were getting stuck on the road 2 or 3 times a day. So it's a huge difference. I just want to clarify that for the record. That there is a lot of difference between what's being proposed here and what was denied up there.
Right. Well, and they own 160 acres right there. Not in the middle of a subdivision.
I agree with Scott. It's not running a commercial business on farm to market. I think it's a pretty big distinction and maybe where our multi-use actually does come in. I think it's important to note that county staff has nothing to do with the base flood elevation. She has to implement what the federal government tells us to implement. So she's following code. I am very sympathetic. We've gone through this. It's never fun, but it's something that if it happens to be on your property, there's absolutely nothing we can do to say that you don't have to have it. So in that case,
When it's subdivided.
when subdivided.
Yeah.
I do think probably similar to some of our other CUPs, this has to stay with them. If by chance they were to sell the business, this CUP would go with
Right,
another
correct.
company.
Yeah.
Can we just clarify that there shall be no employees living there? I don't know, can we do that in a, or CUP, make sure
That's what I was clarifying.
Conditional.
No employee parking on site,
no employee camping?
camping, living, etc. CUP terminates if property is no longer used by the applicant.
Right, then it becomes null and void.
And you might give,
So basically, this is just like what you're saying. This is an agricultural building. And that's the way I'm seeing it. Doing equipment.
Something to get their equipment under cover, protected from the sun and the snow and the rain.
Right.
For
They'll actually have-
for a time period until they can afford or justify a real or a permanent, I guess not real, but permanent
structure.
building.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I move we approve CUP 22-45 Icola storage with the stated conditions of approval.
Second.
I'm out of here, you guys. That's it. There's a deer farm for sale now.
Sorry about that.
appeal period.
We need to vote.
Oh, I thought.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You have 10 days to appeal the decision of the commission to the Board of County Commissioners, according to Title 9-5H-12 Valley County Code. Good luck in your venture.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, good luck.
I can feel my legs.
Okay, we need to do facts and conclusions.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve facts and conclusions and allow the chairman to sign for CUP 22-32, 22-36, 22-40.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are you adjourned yet?
Yes, we're.
Meeting adjourned.
Oh, no, there's other things I want to discuss.
Oh,
Never mind, we're still live.
are we still going or are we?
joking?
Oh, what?
It's not funny.
Can I turn off the recording?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment.
messing with the chair, but.
Can I keep my